Distinguished Professor, Department of Agricultural Chemistry at the National Taiwan University. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Dr. Darian Lee. Dr. Lee, take it away. Dr. Lee, your microphone, please. I cannot hear you.
那个 icon 那里看。
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to be invited to serve as the moderator for the keynote session of this workshop. In this session, we are very grateful to have two keynote speakers to talk to us about healthy soil plant interactions. One keynote speaker will talk mainly from the soil aspect, and the other one will talk from the plant aspect. The first keynote speaker speech will be given by Dr. Ganison Krishnan. Let me first give you a brief introduction of Dr. Krishnan. He received his PhD degree from University of Sydney, Australia. Currently, he is the principal research officer of the Soil Science, Water and Fertilizer Research Center of the Malaysia Agricultural Research Development Institute, MADI. His specialization includes microbiology, soil microbiology, and mushroom technology. Today, the title of his presentation is Healthy Soils for Resilient Agriculture Towards Enhancement of Food Security in Asia. Now, please join me to welcome Dr. Krishnan to deliver his keynote speech. Dr. Krishnan, please.
Okay, Dr. Krishnan has a pre-recorded video. I think they are just queuing. Dr. Krishnan.
Okay, wait for a moment.
Good morning, everybody. The title of my presentation is Healthy Soil for Resilient Agriculture Towards Enhancement of Food Security in Asia. Ancient Okay, I'm sorry, there's some technical glitches, and it will take about 1 to 2 minutes to resolve it, and the video will be played. Sorry for the inconveniences.
Dr. Krishnan, maybe while we are waiting for the technical problem, You can talk a little bit about your presentation.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Ronald. Actually, my presentation mainly is already there. I think we can run the video.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Ancient farming started 12,000.
Can you open the video? I'm sorry, the video got some problem. It's not audio. Now I'll present myself. Just put the video, the presentation. Because the video has already got a time. Sometimes it's very difficult for me to follow the speed in the video. Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Ronald. Good morning to all ladies and gentlemen who are attending this conference. Okay, there is some technical glitches. So I'll present myself, this paper. Please open the slide. Okay, the title of my presentation is Healthy Soils for Resilient Agriculture Towards Enhancement of Food Security in Asia. If you see the slide itself, you can see a plants. Maybe it's a wheat, it's full with healthy roots, which indicating the soil is very healthy, and then the soil also will be very resilient and can contribute for generation of a bounty of the yield, which to contribute for food security. Next, can you see the next slide? Not moving. Okay, you see the ancient farming started about 12,000 years ago. When the agriculture farming system started, it changes from a traditional hunter-gatherer lifestyle to a permanent settlement and reliable food supply. Soil undisturbed and soil remain very healthy, which managed to protect itself from natural calamities and remain resilient for agriculture and food production continuously. Next. What is healthy soils? The definition, soil health is defined as a continued capacity of the soil to function as a vital living ecosystem that sustains plant, animal, and humans. You can see in your right-hand side with the main photo, the healthy soil, you can see the full with biodiversity, plant, animals. And the unhealthy soil also next to it, you can see there's nothing much a living entity on it. So a lengthier version of definition, the capacity of soil to function as a vital living system within ecosystem and land use boundaries to sustain plant and animal productivity, maintain or enhance water and air quality, and promote plant and animal health. Next. There are a few characteristics of healthy soil. First is a support high yield, high crop quality, all diverse soil organisms, has a high microbial activity, reduces greenhouse gas emission, stores carbon, retains and recycle nutrients, supply nutrients to the plants, store waters, and good water infiltration and drainage. Next. They are to preserve the soil. They are mainly, there's a few basic principles need to employ. One is a limited disturbance to the soil, maximize armor or soil cover, maximize diversity, maximize living roots, plant animals integration, crop cultural practices. So next. What is soil resilience? Soil resilience is the intrinsic ability of the soil to recover from degradation and return to a new equilibrium similar to an antecedent state. If you see the softball in the right hand side of the slide, you can like it's a softball. When you squeeze it, it's lost its shape. When you leave it, it's become back to the normal shape as a ball, as a softball. And this is what the resilient mean here. When you use the soil for agriculture practice, you did some changes, but after some time, still back to the normal quality, normal healthy condition. Soil resilience also referred as ability of the soil to recover its functional and structural integrity. Soil resilience is important to the soil to restore its health and fertility, and therefore continuous farming and satisfactory production can be maintained. However, if the degradation of the soil exceeds the threshold level, the soil will lose its resilience and contribute to its health degradation as well, and maybe it's not suitable for crop production and for which as a consequences it reduces the food and contributor for food insecurity. Next. Green revolution, which was started by Norman Borlaug, is a contributor to a good impact for human beings, especially it's managed to reduce famines in many parts of the world, especially in Asia. But it also have some bad impact for soil if the implementation of these agricultural practices were mismanaged. Crop production was intensified through high-yielding variety, irrigation system, usage of synthetic chemical fertilizer, pesticide for pest and disease control, and intensive tillage and monoculture farming. And this monoculture farming is one of the main reasons where the degradation of soil happened in Asia. Okay, next. Soil health degradation is a continuous agriculture contributed to soil degradation. It was 1/3 of the world soil will be affected. It's a total, not only agriculture soil, but 52% of the total agriculture soil is degraded. Soil degradation is defined as a change in the soil health status, resulting in a diminished capacity of the ecosystem to provide goods and services for its beneficiaries. Degraded soil have a health status such that they do not provide the normal goods and services of the particular soils in its ecosystem. Soil health degradation caused by either natural causes or it was human induced. Next. If you see in the world map here, especially you see in the Asia side, most of the area was in Asia will affected by low or medium level of degradation, except in India, China, and also in some parts of Indochina. But you can see the main contribution for this soil degradation is erosion caused by the water, but also degradation caused by the chemicals contamination. And another thing is the erosion caused by wind is quite minimal, but mainly is in the area of arid soil, like arid soil and desert, like in India, Pakistan, mainland China. Then that's part very much affected by this soil by wind. Next. Type of soil degradation. First, the most important is the erosion. Second, soil organic carbon loss, soil contamination, soil acidification, soil salinization. You can see the soil is cracked and it's become white. A loss of soil biodiversity, mostly the animals, small animals, and the plants will lose. Nutrient imbalance and compaction and softening also happen. You can see the combined ourselves was submerged in the rice field in Malaysia because the soil degradation, the degradation of the hard pan on the rice field. Next. Erosion is mainly caused by water and wind. 21% of the land in Asia was eroded by water, and 9% of the land in Asia was eroded by wind. You can see India, China, and Indochina was the main area affected by this erosion. You can see the photo there. There's a land clearing for agroforestry in Malaysia. There's after heavy rain, it's cold water, and it's burst. It was just was a heavy rain for 4 to 5 hours. It caused muddy flood, and at least 3 people died of that incident in Malaysia recently. She's showing how the failure to maintain the soil health And the soil deterioration can cause a life in the agriculture site. Next. Soil carbon organic matter decreasing pattern in South India because plant residue collected in South Asia actually, because plant residue collected as a fodder openly to burn, but other factors also contributing for soil organic matter losses like deforestation, poor land management and intensive cropping, failure to cover the soil, heavy rain and tropical storms. You can see in Malaysia, even especially in Taiwan, there's a very frequent tropical storm hit our countries and cause flood, and the soil must be eroded and become less healthy. Next. There are 5 factors influencing the soil contamination: mining, smelting, agrochemicals, sewage, and manure application. Application of hazardous chemicals such as cadmium, arsenic, plumber, copper, and zinc can reduces the soil health, and the soil become less suitable for cultivation. The hazardous compound were also absorbed by the plant, especially like rice accumulated in the grains, which become a head threat for humans when they consume it. Okay, next. Soil acidification. I can see the photo in the beneath there. The left is one experiment tested which has a low pH, acidic. The plant's not that vigorous compared with the soil with the right pH, about 6.5. It's very healthy. Even you can see another photo there, the grass. The low pH caused the grass fail to grow. Then this is going to be main problem. Main area of soil acidification mainly in Southeast Asia and South Asia, caused by acid sulfate soil and imbalanced fertilizer application of ammonium-based fertilizer, especially ammonium chloride. Total area of acid sulfate soil in Southeast Asia is about 7.5 million hectares. Such a big area. If we manage to rehabilitate, we can produce some more food to feed the increasing population. Increase and unbalanced application of lead to acidic factors in soil solution, and soil organic fertilizer and acidification were mainly contributed to this degradation of soil health. Next. Soil salinization and certification. You can see the soil break very much. You see in Thailand, they cannot produce the yield. The rice don't want to grow it because of salinization. Salinization widely distributed in the semi-arid and arid zone in Central and West Asia. Increasing trend in the coastal area in South and Southeast Asia. Introduction of marine water. If you see which affecting the lowland rice production, you see the climate change will increase the water level, the sea level, sea level. This means there is a more rice production area in the coastal area will be affected, and it's become big threat for the food security, especially for those countries which is consuming rice as the staple food. Next. Loss of biodiversity. You can see land clearing and monocrop cultivation reduces the diversity and population of micro and macro fauna. Diversity loss is notable in large-scale plantation and continuous monoculture cropping and over-cultivation. Erosion also contributed for biodiversity. Intensive and over-application of agrochemicals will also contribute for soil biodiversity loss. The biodiversity loss, especially the beneficial organism, conducive for it's made the soil become more conducive for the pathogen to proliferate and infect the plants. The pests infect the plants and the loss in the productivity. If you see the figure in the right hand side, you can see average plant diversity. When it is very high, the erosion is so low. In the same pattern also you can see when there is erosion is very high, the plant diversity index also low. So this is a positive, a negative correlation. When the soil is very much depleted, the plant's diversity will be not the plant. The soil diversity will be affected very much. Therefore, the soil diversity have to be maintained to reduce the erosion, and so vice versa. Next. Nutrient imbalance. When you harvest your crop, the nutrient removed from the agricultural soil. To sustain it, you have to replace it with the nutrient through biological, organic, or inorganic sources. Balanced nutrient availability in soil is essential for achieving high value crops. Excessive or imbalanced nutrient composition may pose risk of environment, human health, and ecosystem. If there's a lot, your water system will be affected. You won't get quality water to drink. Nutrient addition in some Asian countries are excessive, degrade both air and water quality. Especially the emission of nitrous oxide will cause you climate change issue. You can see the plant is very yellow. It's not it's imbalanced nutrient, but other side you can see the plant is the rice is look very healthy. Next. Soil compaction and softening is another two issue. Soil compaction is caused by intensive application of heavy machineries and chemical input. Highly compacted soil will be deteriorated, decreased porosity, so the roots cannot penetrate, cannot take the nutrient. The nutrient also fixed with the soil, it's not available for plant. So usage of a mechanization will increase compactness, as recorded like in India. Another issue is a softening. Like now, there's not compactness now, a softening. Hard pan softening will also caused by intensive usage of machineries and which caused the hard pan to disintegrate. In 2013, 13,000 hectares of rice field in Malaysia were affected with soil softening and hard pan degradation. You can see the photo, the combine harvester is submerged. We have to call another machine to pull it out. There's another cause. Maybe that when another machine enter in, it will cause more damage to the hard pan. Next. There are functions of soil health. Soil health is a healthy soil generates clean air, water, crop and forests, grazing lands, and diverse biodiversity. Soil does all this by performing 5 essential functions: regulating water, sustaining plant and animal alive, filtering and buffering potential pollutants, cycling nutrients, providing physical stability and support. Which all these were working together to improve the health soil, to generate the healthy soil. And the next, and the strategy for soil. Next, strategy for the soil and restorations are maintenance of is there are 6 parameters or factors we need to pay attention. One is a limited disturbance to the soil, diversity, living roots, plant animal integration, and crop cultural practices. Next. Limited disturbance, limited tillage. Zero tillage or limited tillage is maintain the performance of or semi-permanent or semi-permanent soil cover. They protect the soil from sun, rain, and wind. You can put plastic cover or allows the soil microorganism fauna to take on the task of tilling and soil nutrient balancing. If you see like in Australia, when we cultivated rice, you're using an aeroplane. We never till the soil. We just apply the seeds from the aerial by using aeroplane. Or you can use a very little machine with a very little tillage to employ before you sow your seeds. Secondly, the reduce of machineries, replacement of heavy machineries with a lightweight for plowing, fertilizer, and pesticide application, and yield harvesting will minimize both the compaction and softening issue. So we need now Malaysia start using a smaller size combine harvester to harvest the rice. Another one, replacement of a depleted soil organic matter, application of animal manures, cultivation of legume-based green manures, tree-leaf-based green manuring, crop rotation, inclusion of legumes in crop rotation, seed gourd panning were practical in South Asia and in semi-arid area in tropic region. Like in India, in southern India, after the rice was harvested, the rice farmer will employ a service. They will get a service from the goats farmers to place their goats in their rice field. They will cover it with some gates, temporary gates. So the animals will feed that with the remaining residue, and it will dropping its manure and also urinating that. So this will improve the addition of the organic matter, also fertilizer, organic fertilizer for the rice production in the southern part of India, especially in Tamil Nadu. Next. Diversity is one of the important things. Soil health can be promoted by increasing the soil biodiversity. Soil biodiversity, diverse range of living organisms will survive and living within Sorry, the previous one. Okay. Application. Next. Okay. Application of the organic input, reduction of the inorganic input, and reduction of the tillage act together to promote biological activities which result in increased resilience in the extreme events. Multi-crops instead of a monocrop could enhance the soil biodiversity and improve soil health. Cultivation of a cover crop and mulching also contributed to soil biodiversity. Next. Living roots is most important. Not only is an organ to absorb the nutrient for the plant for consume, but is also releasing out compounds, sugars in the form of exudate, which can be benefited by the plants, by the microorganisms and insects for their own growth. Okay, the plant not only physically anchoring the soil, but also contribute to the soil health. Root provides structure for soil to stick on during, especially when there's erosion. The soil itself hold the soil and make it this older soil is reducing the erosion. Root also removing soil particle from its surrounding and made soil less compacted and more porous, and so it can penetrate the soil very well. Okay, roots percolate water until underground water source. Root also intermediate for nutrient exchange from soil to plant and carbon from plant to soil in the form of exudates. Root exudate contains mainly carbohydrate, amino acid, organic acid, protein, sugar, phenyl compound, and other substances. Also, there's some signaling compound which is sometimes can induces the nitrogen fixation, nodule formation in the legume by the leguminous. Plant-animal interaction, plant-animal integration. Livestock was raised together with a crop in the farm. Integrated system like a sod-based farming, cover crop, as forage, lay farming, special cropping, dual purpose, cereal crops, and agroforestry and alley cropping is suitable for this purpose. The weeds and residue used as a fodder for animals. You can see there's a lot of ducks eating the feed, the weeds, and also the snails in the rice field, which reduces the damage, which can minimize the damage caused by the snail and increases the yield production. The animal manure and the weeds and residue used as fodder for animals. Animal manures and urine generated can be applied as organic fertilizer. Water from pond can irrigate, from fish pond can be irrigated as a water for the farm, and improve soil organic matter content. Carbon sequestration and methane emission can be reduced. Next. So another one is a crop culture practice. We already have green agriculture, green revolution, but this whatever the crop culture we're doing, most of them I'm discussing about 6. Most of them is a modification of our improvement of the green agriculture practice, except the organic farming. So you can see the crop cultural practices, various environmental friendly crop production practices in place as an improvement to the original green revolution practices. First, conservation farming. Main principle is a minimum soil disturbance, crop residue management, and crop rotation. Still just enough to be possible to sow seeds and leaf at least 30% of the soil surface covered by a crop residue or cover crop. You can see the photo in the right hand side. You can see the remaining of the straw still there, but people cultivated another crop. So it means it's a less erosion will happen, and the crop also give the residue also maintain water for the plant. Okay. Next one is a biological farming. Basic principle is a balanced application of nutrient fertilizer that possess. Next, previous. Okay. Basic principle, balanced application of nutrient fertilizer that possess less damage to soil, life, and plant roots. Responsible for application of pesticide and herbicide. Create maximum plant diversity by using green manure and crop rotation. Maximize decay of organic matter and supply the soil with carbon from compost, green manure, livestock manure, and crop residue. Okay, next. Circular agriculture is another field. Circular agriculture focuses on the use of minimal amount of the external input, closing the nutrient loops, regenerating soil and minimizing the impact on the environment. Circular agriculture encourages mixed crop, livestock, and organic farming, agroforestry, and water recycling and waste use reuse with the aim to reduce carbon dioxide emission, more efficient utilization of natural resources, and minimize the use of input significantly. Principally, in the circular agriculture, whatever generated in the farm can be used back either as a nutrient for the plant or can be used as a feed for the animal. But at the same time, whatever generated by the animal can be used back as a nutrient for the plant production. So there's no waste has been discharged out from this circular agriculture. We also directly contributing for the reduction of the contamination caused by the agricultural plot. Okay, organic farming. Organic farming is another agriculture system which uses ecological approaches in pest and disease control and biological derived fertilizer mainly from animal and plant-based and nitrogen fixation our crop. You can see there's a banana we had cultivated. Is a type of grass, lemon grass. The lemon grass is a repellent for certain insects, so the plant become more healthy. Then the soil organic matter level will, of course, we continue using organic nutrient source. The soil organic matter will be increased, and circular agriculture is best suited for this organic farming, provided organic input and pest and disease control measure are applied. So as long as we apply organic measure, fertilizer, P&D, that's also considered circular farming. Okay. Integrated nutrient management. Integrated nutrient management is an approach that manages both organic and inorganic plant nutrients for optimal production of cultivated crops while conserving the natural resources base that is essential for long-term sustainability. The combined usage of organic fertilizer, decreased amount of chemical inputs, and the addition of biofertilizer can significantly improve fertilizer management in crop production and reduces the dependence on the imported chemical fertilizer. My supervisor from University of Sydney had tested a 3 years research in Mekong Delta where they use only 50% of the recommended rate of fertilizer. They use a biofertilizer and use organic fertilizer. They managed to get the yield as 100% recommended as 100% rate of chemical fertilizer. And finally, they found out they managed to save 52% of chemical fertilizer. So low chemical fertilizer, low contamination, low emission for greenhouse gas, and the plant become more healthy. The water also more healthy, is not contaminated with excessive nutrient. Another new things is site-specific nutrient management. Aims to optimize the supply of nutrient over time and space to match the requirement of the crop through 4 principles, namely right product, right fertilizer, right nutrient, whatever, right rate, what is the plot needed, right time and right place. The setback with our current existing practices, we just have a blanket application. That area said you need to apply 100 kilogram of urea, you will apply. But it's not really. Some area you need more, some area you need low because you already got some nutrient. So if excessive, then it's going to be an environmental issue. The rate of application determined by the fertility status of the site determined through soil test. The optimum time for fertilizer application determined based on the nutrient requirement for different growth stages, not based on the blanket application. Next. Rehabilitation of arid soil. This is a new hope for humanity. Desert in Asia is about 3.83 million kilometers. Mainly covers Arab Peninsula, Gulf countries, Iraq, Iran, China, India, Mongolia, and Pakistan. It's a big area, and also it's not an unproductive area for food production. Poor soil structure and little rain unsuitable for production. Recently, there is a technology, rehabilitation technology. They use clay and glue invention that improve the sand structure that make it suitable for crop production. You can see rehabilitated desert in somewhere in Saudi Arabia, which can the area which cannot produce any food now start producing food. It's a new hope for the humanity. It's a new hope for the increasing population. Sand tailing is another tin mining. As a result of a tin mining in Malaysia, it produces a vast area which is not totally unfit for crop production. By Mardi especially done a lot of research to rehabilitate the soil by putting a lot of organic matter, especially like empty fruit bunch from oil palm industry, we put some organic matter like a chicken manure, then we managed to cultivate vegetable, tubers, and small size fruit tree. And for the long run, the soil quality is improved very much. But we have to continuously apply the organic matter. Next. Okay. Can the soil health be restored and food security be assured? Sure, majority of the area in Asia were affected with medium or low level of soil degradation. It is still possible to improve it if there's a concerted effort being taken by the related parties, especially the stakeholders. Soil or health restoration will improve the agriculture resilience. Without improve the soil, maybe the soil is totally will gone, cannot use for agriculture. We need a government and international policy will accelerate the effort for soil health enhancement, sustainable developments goal, like goal 15 is directly addresses the issue of soil degradation, but there are also other goals which will directly or indirectly will contribute for the soil health, will push us to improve the soil health, such as zero poverty, zero hunger, climate action, and life below water. Another thing is the legal law is important. We must have a legal framework to make sure to reduce the soil degradation and to improve the degraded soil to make it fit for agriculture. Another one, awareness and soil health need to be fostered through the soil degradation can be minimized and degraded soil can be restored, which contributed to resilient agriculture. Like a safe soil movement, like in India, is playing the important roles in the launches to address the degradation and advocate for healthy soil. Conclusion. Next. Intensive conventional agriculture practice that cause many adverse effects that directly deteriorate the soil health, decrease the soil fertility, and create the environmental issue. Restoration of these degraded soil is urgently needed to crop production and fulfill food demand of the increasing population. Various strategies are available and proven working for the restoration of degradation soil. It is still not too late to rehabilitate this unhealthy soil and turn it as a productive crop farms. Failure to react now is in order to restore the degraded soil will push to an irreversible state of degraded soil and possible costs for food security and immunity. Implementation of UN SDG, other policies, awareness program, and law related to soil health protection will enhance farm production, thus assure food security and for increased population. Next. Next. Finally, as my final statement, I only can say act now. Restore the soil, make the soil healthy, and it becomes suitable for crop production. If we fail to act now, failure to act now is going to be the future generation going to be curses. So we must hand over a very healthy soil and resilient soil and healthy world to the future generation, so they will have enough food and the soil and water is in a good condition for their consumption in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Krishnan. Thank you very much for your presentation. And you give us a comprehensive overview of the problem of soil, and also you propose the strategy how to maintain or restore the soil health. And according to the original program, we will have 10 minutes for Q&A session, but now we are maybe 20 minutes late. So maybe I would like to, at this moment, I would like to open the floor for question and comment, but unfortunately, maybe we can just take few questions. So is any question or comments from the floor, please? Please tell us your name or affiliation before you ask question or make comments. Then we can know you. Okay. Director Chen would like to ask one question to Dr. Krishnan.
Could you tell us what are the major soil degradation or soil property problem in Malaysia, and how you cope with that?
Okay, in Malaysia, mainly erosion is the main problem because now we have very heavy raining, and the slide I showed you, it was recently happened, but 3 months ago, and there's more disaster waiting because we have a lot of oil palm plantation. When they want to replant it, they will chop down everything. They're not going to do like a biological cultural practice, whatever. They maintain some part of vegetative. They only clear up certain parts, and they want to put a new plant. Actually, it's a more cut saving process. When they demolish everything, and they make a terrace. But if by chance there's a heavy rain that time, it's going to be a big problem. Another thing is also there's a heavy what we call is excessive application of fertilizer. Like I said, like during when I talk about the SSNM, because these people in Malaysia, we have we know this area, like say in Serdang, maybe there's 1,000 hectares of rice. We said this area, we maybe took a few points. We said, oh, we need the recommendation is this much of nutrient needed. But unfortunately, not like that. That area, maybe there's a few areas it will be different. Some area you need to put very little nutrient because they already got the residual nutrients. But when you put excessive, the plant cannot absorb it. Secondly, another part is not enough nutrient. You need to put more. And one of the problem, if I really can see it, we don't want to maintain when after we harvested, we need a fallow, maybe 1 or 2 months. We're supposed to put some grains, some legumes for it to grow and to produce some nitrogen. Actually, the nitrogen will be in the soil. It's atmospheric nitrogen fixed, and we plow it, and for the next crop production. But unfortunately, we leave it bare. And when there's a rain, there's a lot of problem will happen. So this is the main reason, whatever in Malaysia, the degradation can happen because there's no vegetation to control the erosion.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Krishnan. Any more questions from the floor?
So there's one question from CLSU.
Okay, please.
Please share insight on the gaps in the circular agriculture implementation in the large scale. Okay. This circular agriculture, mainly what we have in Mardi. We have producing vegetable, producing short-term crops, fruits, and we also have we just started with put a long-term crop like a durian, and we have a small pond, we have a fish, and we also have a chicken, okay, and also we have goods. For chicken, whatever the residue generated, we feed it to armyworms. Armyworm will feed it, and it's a black armyworm will feed it, and it's produce the excreta we use as a nutrient for our things. The same thing, the residue will go there to the animal, the farm, we use this for the manure for the animal plant. But to set back the gap, we only have to do a lot of labor intensive these works. When it is labor intensive, you go to the big farm, big industrial scale like a oil palm about 100,000 kilometers, 100 hectares or 1,000 hectares, it is very difficult because there's a lot of things you have to do manually. You need people or workers to do it. Except we come up with some kind of robots, artificial intelligence system to maintain all those things. I can see that the main gap is if we must have a mechanization system which can fulfill all these works. Go and collect the manure from the armyworm, collect the worm manure from the goats, use as a nutrient. At the same time, you can collect the waste and you put in the as a feed for the animals. So that's why I'm not recommending agriculture, circular agriculture for big scale production. About 5-6 acres is official, is a good, but you'll get a good yield, less costly, and you are profitable. But you go to big one like oil palm. Now in Malaysia we have hundreds acres of durian. Last time we don't have like that. Especially the Chinese people really love our durian. and we cannot manage it. So I think I answered the questions. I think so. There's another question in the box. Somebody asking about.
Okay, because of time limit, I think we will need to end your keynote speech now. And you will join us at the final session for general discussion. So at that time, if participants can interact with you again, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Krishnan.
Yes, thank you.
So we are going to move to the second keynote speech. The second keynote speaker is Professor Toru Fujiwara. Professor Fujiwara is a professor at the Graduate School of Agricultural and Life Sciences, University of Tokyo. He's a worldwide well-known plant nutrition expert. Professor Fujiwara received his PhD degree from the Department of Agricultural Chemistry, University of Tokyo. Some of his research activities in the past include regulation of gene expression in response to sulfur nutrition and micronutrient transporter and their regulation. Today, he is going to talk to us plant adaptation to changing nutrition condition in soils. Because Professor Fujiwara now is on the way from Tokyo to Brazil, he cannot join us online. So his talk will be given by a video presentation. Please join me to listen to his keynote talk.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to appreciate for a kind invitation to me to speak at this keynote sessions. Professor Danyang Lee and Ronald Angabut, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm Toru Fujiwara. I'm a professor at the University of Tokyo working on the plant nutrition. In the next 22 minutes or so, Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to appreciate for a kind invitation to me to speak at this keynote sessions. Professor Danyang Lee and Ronald Angabut, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm Toru Fujiwara. I'm a professor at the University of Tokyo working on the plant nutrition. In the next 22 minutes or so, I'd like to share our recent research with you. Let me share my slides. Yes, my title is Plant Adaptation to Changing Nutritional Conditions in Soils. I understand that many of you are soil scientists, and in this presentation, I tell you about the plant response to changing nutrient conditions, which I think is important for the soil scientists to consider the sustainable agriculture in the future. I'm at this time actually will be traveling in Brazil, so I will not be able to attend the meeting online. I'm sorry about this, but I'm happy to accept any questions or comments at this email address. Plants require 17 essential elements, and many of them they require them. They take it up from soils. So soil need to have a proper concentration of these essential elements, but in many cases that is not the case. So what we have been doing is that we try to modify the concentration of nutrients in soil by fertilization, and also from the plant side, it is important to have the proper mechanism to adapt such conditions. This is a picture of a group in the lab. We have roughly 30 members working on the various elements and various topics in the plant nutrition. And today's work is also not done by me, but by lab members. This is a kind of overview of our past achievement, so that I hope you can roughly understand what we have been doing. We have been basically working on various different elements, with the main focus on boron transporter identification and generation of stress tolerance and how it is being sensed. That is also today's topic. And also we work on magnesium, calcium, and molybdenum, etc. And today I also describe briefly about our study on the nutritropisms. So today I'm going to tell you about briefly about our research on the boron sensing and transporter regulation, and also the nutritropism. These are two different topics, but they are, to me, I think it is connected in terms of they show the importance of sensing the nutrients in the soil condition, which is also in the plant cells, and the plant changes its behavior responding to the nutrient conditions. Before getting into the boron transport regulation, I'd like to very briefly describe importance of a boron nutrition in plants. Boron has been identified as an essential nutrient in 1923, almost 100 years ago. And since it is an essential nutrient, the deficiency is problematic in many countries in many crops. This is an example of the pictures of the deficient plants that shows the strong deficiency phenotypes in the young portion of the plants. However, boron at high concentration is also known as toxic. And in some regions in the world, there are soils that has too much boron in it. And under those conditions, plants suffer from toxicity symptoms. So boron concentration needs to be optimized both in soil conditions and also within the plants. And for the soil, as I mentioned, that we do the fertilizations if necessary. But in plants, the plant has a system to regulate by themselves the concentration of boron within plants by regulating transporters. We've identified the boron transporters for the first time in the living systems quite some time ago. This is a picture of Arabidopsis mutant, which we termed BOR1. This Arabidopsis mutant requires high boron supply for its normal seeding. With a normal boron supply under these conditions, the wild type just grow normally and the set seed normally, but these mutants fail to set seeds. Through the physiological analysis, we realized that this mutant lacks the active loading mechanism of boron into xylem. And after some years, we've identified the gene that is responsible for this phenotype and found that it is encoding the boron transporter, which is important for loading boron from the symplasm to xylem. This is the diagram showing the cross-section of the roots and the location of BOR1 transporter, which we've identified. And this was the first boron transporter in the living system. It's important for the xylem loading. With this transporter, we were able to generate plants that can tolerate low nutrient conditions. This is first example of the use of nutrient transporter for low nutrient tolerance. What we have done in this particular case is that we've expressed this BOR1 in the Arabidopsis plants and generated transgenic plants, and these plants have a high BOR1 expression. And the other side, on your right-hand side, you have original plants. When these plants are grown under 0.5 micromolar boron, which is a low concentration, what happens is that the original plants fail to set seeds, while the high BOR1 expression line can still set the seeds. This kind of technology can be applicable to crops and can generate the new low nutrient tolerant plants. Which may be beneficial for the future sustainable agriculture. And in the course of this kind of experiment research, we've found that it's quite interesting phenomena that is that this BOR1 transporter protein is degraded under high boron conditions. In general, nutrient transporter has been regulated regulated relatively strictly depending on the nutrient conditions in soils. There are quite a few transporters whose accumulation of mRNA is being regulated in response to nutrient conditions, but in this BOR1 case, we found that the mRNA level does not seem to change in the root after changing the boron concentration in the media. However, the protein level is strongly regulated by the presence of boron in the media. And this is the observation of subcellular localization of BOR1 GFP protein. And in the absence of high boron concentration, the BOR protein is localized to the plasma membrane, but by adding the high concentration boron, quickly it is being degraded. This phenomena has been studied very well by Professor Takano in Osaka Prefecture University. He has generated a number of mutants and did the structural analysis. And also for this, all these mutants, he has done functional analysis, and he now presented the model that the BOR1 is actually sensing the boron concentration in the outside on the membrane by changing its structure. So it's seemingly that the boron is being sensed by the plasma membrane. We have identified quite a few boron transporter, and now I shift the topic to the NIP51, which is the other type of transporter that is also important for the boron uptake by plants. So NIP51 is a transporter which seems to be highly regulated. The level of mRNA in contrast to BOR1 and depend in response to the boron condition in the soil. So when we treat the plants to low boron conditions, the mRNA level of NIP51 goes up very quickly. Within 24 hours, it goes to 15-fold than the normal level. And if we add the boron to this plant, which is treated for the low boron for 24 hours to the normal boron conditions, then the mRNA level goes down to the normal level within 24 hours. So from my sense, it is a relatively quick response. And expression of this NIP51 in xenophas oocyte allow the diffusion of BOR1, suggesting that diffusion of boric acid, suggesting that NIP51 is a diffusion facilitator. When we disrupt this gene in Arabidopsis, we found that the growth of the mutant here is very poor compared to the Columbia wild type, only when the boron concentration.
My pleasant greetings to
Good morning, everybody. When we have a wild-type AUG-UAA, the expression and translation is downregulated, whereas if the sequence is mutated from AUG-UAA to AUC-UAA, the response is gone. Importantly, this kind of response is not being observed by adding sodium chloride. So it is at least between the boric acid and salts, it is boric acid specific reaction. So this experiment suggests cytosolic boron concentration triggers mRNA degradations. So this suggests that the ribosome, which is the machinery of the protein synthesis, is actually sensing the boron concentration in the cytoplasm and changing its translation and also mRNA degradations. I don't show you the actual data, but we know that the ribosome stall at AUG stop when the boron concentration is high, and which reduce the MA-ORF translations, and also induces the mRNA degradation, which we have been repeatedly observed in our experiments. We know that it is sequence dependent, and moreover, we have found recently that transcription is also regulated through this sensing mechanisms. So the take-home message here is that the plant response changes the transcription, the expression of transporter genes in a various way through the sensing mechanisms. We have been doing the structural analysis, and these structural data suggest that it is a translation termination which may be affected by high boron concentrations. So the boron sensing and transporter regulation is a summary. Boron is being sensed both on plasma membrane and in cytoplasm to regulate transporters. And nutrient, second point in more general is that nutrient is sensed by plants, and nutrient transporter properties changes depending on soil nutrient conditions. Now I move on to the second topic, which is the nutrient tropism. This phenomena is found by Dr. Yamazaki. Dr. Yamazaki, several years ago, have been working on the root behavior of sorghum in actual field. It was a daunting task because it has a very deep rooting system, but he have extensively worked on this. And meantime, in this experiment, he found that in these soils, there are some small spots in which the roots are kind of curled. And in this curling roots, he found some particles of plastics, which could be fertilizer. And he saw that the root behavior may change depending on the fertilization conditions. He did the various experiments in which he tried to examine the root behavior in response to the nutrient condition, especially nutrient gradient. This is one of the typical experiments that he have done. Here, what you are seeing is a rice root that is growing on the agar media, which contains a relatively low concentration of nutrients. And after some days, when the root become like this, Dr. Yamazaki have applied agar with high nutrients, or agar with just water. And he observed the root growth. I show you the video like this. At the initial look, it may be difficult to see, but you may notice that the root on this side goes toward this agar, which contains the nutrients. On the other hand, this side, if you have only the water, the root just goes through the agar that he applied. I show you the video again. I hope you are convinced with this phenomena. You can see this video on this Yamasaki-san's paper on the plant cell physiology. We named this phenomena as a nutritropism. Some of you who understand the Chinese character, it's a Eiyokuse. This is actually the first tropical response of plants to nutrients. In his initial experiment, he has been using the lateral roots of rice, but then he also found that the main roots of rice can also respond to nutrients, nutrient gradients. So it is also being published recently. So we term this phenomena as nutritropisms. He has done some characterization of nutritropisms. Initial test is that when he did this experiment, he used a mixture of nutrients, and he tried to identify which elements, which compounds it's important for this response. He developed some quantitative measurement of this tropisms, and using this method, he tested various chemicals. Some of the chemicals, induce the tropism, like 10xms. And if you look into the various chemicals, you notice that those chemicals that contains ammonium induces the tropisms like this, but not the others. So he concluded that ammonium is responsible for this phenomenon. He then also tested the gradient of the nutrient that is required for tropisms. I don't think I go into the very detail of his experiment, but what he have found is that the rice roots can respond to this gradient when the ammonium concentration is roughly 400 micromolar, and the concentration gradient between the two sides of the lateral root is only 0.74 or 0.63. That means that the root can sense 0.2% difference of ammonium concentration between the right-hand side and left-hand side and change its direction of the growth. He also found that not only ammonium, but also phosphate affect the nutritropisms. In this case, he used the main root response of the rice roots. So it's not only ammonium, but also phosphate is important. We also have been doing some molecular genetic analysis of this and already having isolated some mutants of this phenomena. So the wild-type plants, when it was given the high concentration of nutrients, roots accumulate these regions, but some of the lines that we have identified does not seem to recognize the nutrients and change its direction of the growth. So nutritropism, roots can sense very small difference in nutrient conditions between the one side from the other and change the direction of the growth. Nutritropism may be a plant strategy to effectively obtain nutrients in soils with uneven nutrient distribution. I think in many cases, nutrients are unevenly distributed in soils. Nutritropism can be a point of future improvement plant nutrient uptake capacity because it is genetically controlled. So the take-home message today, with the two topics, I hope you understand that the plant changes its growth and physiology depending on nutritional conditions in soils. So please consider that rice in nutrient-poor field is different from the same rice cultivar in nutrient-rich field. Some soil scientists does not recognize this, and change in nutrients in soil changes plants, and also change in plant affect the nutrient condition in soils. So it's a mutual relationship, and we need stronger connections between soil science and plant nutrition. Here is the acknowledgement of the funding agency, and also I'm happy to ask any questions through this email. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to Professor Fujiwara for his excellent presentation. And according to the regional program, we also have 10 minutes for Q&A. Just I mentioned to you, because Professor Kuchiwana is on the way to the Brazil, so he cannot answer your question right now. But he just mentioned, if you have any question, you can contact with him through the email. He is willing to answer your question. And otherwise, you also can write your question on the chat column, and we can collect it, sent to the Professor Uchiwara, and he can answer to you. To moderate this QA session in other way, because we have some time, maybe I would like to welcome anyone from the floor who want to make the comments or express your view related to Professor Fujiwara's talk. Any comment or any comments, or you want to express your view? If not, I know Dr. Chen is also the plant nutrition expert, also boron expert. So would you please give some comments first, Dr. Chen?
Okay, thank you. I think this boron transporter is new to me when I started plant nutrition that time. We don't know there is a specific boron transporter, but I think so far, according to the advancement of molecular biology, everything's quite clear. So the plants have various mechanisms to try to absorb nutrients from the environment, and we see there's a difference in varieties on those nutrient uptake. That's also expressed in the plant itself. Some plants, for example, they can tolerate a lot of amount of nitrogen fertilizer, other fertilizer, give the same yield. So that's a waste of the nutrients. So I think we need to have more study about how the plants can adapt to the most efficient uptake of the nutrient itself. I think this first point I would like to comment on the report. And the second one is the nutritropism, that's the pro-nutrients of the root system. I think it's true. We all know that in the past, if you can have prepared the soil physical property well, and the root can penetrate very, very deep down to the soil, try to absorb all the nutrients. And if you have over-fertilized, I think the root system tend to be just shallow. So in order to improve the healthy growth of the plants, I think the proper nutrient supply is very important. Don't apply too much. And of course, if it's too less, it's not enough. So I think how to do that is also very important. And I think the speech gives us some thoughts for reflection. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Chen, for the comments. And I think because of time limit, I would like to end the keynote session at this moment. And thank you very, very, very much for two keynote speakers to give us a very excellent presentation. And also thank you very much for your cooperation. And I would like to hand over to Rona to introduce the next program. Rona.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Darian Lee, for moderating this session. That brings to a close our keynote session. And again, thank you, Dr. Darian Lee of NPU for a good job in moderating this particular session. We will have a 15-minute coffee break, and we will be back to begin session 3. Session 3 is practical management to improve soil-plant interactions for agricultural productivity. We have 4 speakers from different countries, and we will also have our moderator, Dr. Yuan Lin of TARI. She will be with us after the 15-minute coffee break. So we will begin our session 3 at around 11 o'clock. Okay, so see you at 11. Thank you very much.
Mardi, leader in agrotechnology. The establishment of the Malaysian Agriculture Research and Development Institute MARDI in 1969 opened a new dimension in the history of Malaysian agriculture. MARDI was officially opened by the late Tun Abdul Razak, the second Prime Minister of Malaysia, with a mission to develop MARDI as an agent for the generation of proper, feasible and sustainable technologies and to provide a leadership in agricultural research and development. Backed by excellent infrastructure and over 3,000 knowledgeable, competent, motivated and productive workforce, MARDI continues to chart its own history, moving forward to achieve its vision. The core functions of MARDI are research and development and the transfer of technology leading to the establishment and growth of a competent agriculture industry vis-a-vis the concept from farm to table. Technologies developed by MARDI are enablers for food security, especially in this challenging era of climate change. At the same time, the development of new resources for wealth creation is a continuous endeavor, done with sustainability of the national agriculture industry in mind. MARDI gives emphasis on technologies based on eco-friendly organic material and microbes. To overcome the problems of high cost of inputs and shortage of manpower, MARDI helps modernize agricultural approaches based on up-to-date R&D and innovation, which provide advantages to the target groups. MARDI also focuses on the development of high-value products. Various food and health products based on locally available herbs have been commercialized. The capability of MARDI researchers in the area of biotechnology has resulted in new biosensor kits for use in the agriculture and food industries. Commercialization of R&D findings by MARDI enables technologies developed reach target groups. Various methods are used to ensure fast and effective transfer of technology to farmers and entrepreneurs through courses, workshops, seminars, exhibitions, provision of expert services, quality analysis, as well as making available test beds, incubators, and processing facilities. MARDI is also involved in the Azam Tani project, providing advisory services and supply of direct assistance in terms of infrastructure to the participants. These projects have been successful in elevating incomes and improved the livelihood of participants through business activities. MARDI has been successful as a catalyst to the development of the agro-tourism industry through the establishment of agro-technology parks in Cameron Highlands and Langkawi. Both parks are now popular tourist destination, iconic in status, and attracting visitors, local and from abroad. MARDI's achievements are proven by awards and accolades received at the national and international levels. Through the networking with centers, associations, and research institutes, MARDI shares and optimizes its expertise, findings, and knowledge towards the development of the food, agriculture, and agriculture-based industries. MARDI, powering the national agriculture industry.
Makanan yang bernutrisi adalah penting untuk setiap manusia untuk meneruskan kehidupan. Saya rasa terharu kerana dapat memberi sumbangan kepada orang yang lebih memerlukan.
So bagi kami memang benda tu kita orang satu bersyukur dan kita orang senang hati. Sebab kita tak tahu orang kat luar sana yang ada yang tak cukup makan, ada yang makan yang tak berzat. So benda ni yang kita orang jual ni memang berzat. So elok untuk diorang.
Oh, makanan memang okey lah, sedap kan. Macam-macam makanan ada, air pun ada. Program ni berapa menjimatkan saya belanja harian.
Over 70% food that rescue basically come from vegetables and fruits, which is the main component of nutritional food. Most of the time, before this project kick off, this food, basically this good food is going to the landfill.
MADI mengambil inisiatif untuk membantu mengurangkan kadar kehilangan makanan melalui pembangunan teknologi lepas tuai dan juga sistem pengendalian makanan yang baik. Petani juga boleh membantu melalui pembaikan kepada aktiviti-aktiviti di ladang seperti menggunakan teknologi untuk memetik tanaman-tanaman pada keadaan yang sesuai, menyediakan stor yang sesuai untuk penyimpanan dan juga mengamalkan sistem pengendalian dan juga pembungkusan yang sesuai.
Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning for those of you who just tuned in. This is the FFTC Mardi International Video Conference Workshop on role of healthy soil-plant interactions towards achieving resilient agriculture in the Asian and Pacific region. And we just finished our keynote session this morning. We had two keynote speakers who shared their knowledge and experiences. We have Dr. Ganisan Krishnan from Mardi, and we have Dr. Foru Fujiwara. And this was moderated by our moderator, Dr. Darian Lee from the National Taiwan University. Now we go to session 3, and session 3 is entitled Practical Management to Improve Soil-Plant Interactions for Agricultural Productivity. And we have 4 speakers. They will be introduced by our moderator. She is the associate researcher of the Agricultural Chemistry Division of Taiwan Agricultural Research Institute. I'd like to call on Dr. Yu Wen Lin. Dr. Lin.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's my honor to moderate this section. We will have 4 speakers in this section. And to be more in control of the time, we will have a Q&A after all speakers have finished their presentations. Okay, the first speaker is Dr. Pearl B. Sanchez. Dr. Sanchez got her PhD in soil science from the University of New England, Armidale in New South Wales, Australia. Now, she is a professor at the Agricultural Systems Institute, College of Agriculture and Food Science, University of the Philippines at Los Baños. And her fields of specialization are in soil chemistry, crop nutrition, and soil contamination. Today, she will give a presentation on enhancing agricultural productivity through nanotechnology. Let's welcome Dr. Sanchez. Dr. Sanchez, please.
My pleasant greetings to everyone. Allow me to share with you the initiatives that we have undertaken at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, which are geared towards enhancing agricultural productivity through nanotechnology. We are all aware that the global population is estimated to reach 9.6 billion My pleasant greetings to everyone. Allow me to share with you the initiatives that we have undertaken at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, which are geared towards enhancing agricultural productivity through nanotechnology. We are all aware that the global population is estimated to reach 9.6 billion by 2050, and most of this increase would come from developing countries. So the big challenge would be to increase agricultural productivity to feed the rapidly growing population, but keeping in mind that we only have limited arable land and scarce water resources. Fertilizers are among the key factors driving the increase in agricultural production. However, with increasing economic constraints, especially now that fertilizer prices are soaring, and with pressure to ensure environmental sustainability, there is a need to use fertilizers efficiently. The emergence of the technological capacity to modify particle sizes into nano-sized dimensions opened the possibility to address issues on product efficiency and sustainability. So, in partnership with the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, or DOST-PCARD, and Philippine Council for Industry, Energy and Emerging Technology Research and Development, or DOST-PSHERD, various projects at UPLB developed NP&K nanofertilizers, nano zinc oxide foliar fertilizers, and nano plant hormones. Let me share with you first the output of our research program on the NP&K nanofertilizers. The program consisted of 7 projects, and the first project focused on optimizing the production of the nanofertilizers. It started with laboratory scale optimization, and the results of the laboratory experiments were used as benchmarks to optimize the pilot scale production. Parametric analysis and optimization studies were conducted to maximize the N, P, and K content in the formulated nanofertilizers. The 6 projects evaluated the nanofertilizers using selected agricultural crops. Optimization studies and field validation trials were conducted to develop application protocols or to develop recommended rate and timing of application of these NPK nanofertilizers on selected agricultural crops. These are the results of some of the characterization done on the NP&K nanofertilizers. Using scanning electron microscopy, energy dispersive X-ray spectroscopy or SEM-EDS, the surface morphology was determined including the elemental analysis, which is expressed in terms of weight percentages. This is the SEM micrograph at 8,000 times magnification for the nano N fertilizer, showing the size of some particles, and this is the elemental analysis. The weight percentage for N is 30.89%. Other elements like silicon, aluminum, and oxygen are also present because the carrier used was zeolite, which is an aluminosilicate mineral. This is the SEM micrograph at 8,000 times magnification for the nano-P fertilizer, showing the size of some particles. And this is the elemental analysis. The weight percentage for P is 30.10%. And this is the SEM micrograph, again at 8,000 times magnification for the nano-K fertilizer, showing the size of some particles. And this is the elemental analysis. The weight percentage for K is 6.68%. Particle size distribution was also determined using dynamic light scattering or DLS. The average particle sizes obtained using DLS were a little higher than those obtained using SEM. This can be attributed to the aggregation of particles in the solvent like water. Nonetheless, nanoparticles were confirmed after obtaining measurements using SEM. The nanofertilizers were initially in powder form, and to ensure the quality of the fertilizers, a series of nutrient content analyses were conducted, the range of which is presented in this table. For the nano N fertilizer, %N ranged from 28 to 29%. For the nano P fertilizer, %P2O5 ranged from 8 to 13%. And for the nano K fertilizer, %K2O ranged from 45 to 48%. The stability of the nanofertilizers was also evaluated by checking the monthly nutrient content of the formulations. To improve the application of the dry powder form of the nanofertilizers in the field, and to prevent drift losses and possible inhalation of the particles, granulation of the nanofertilizers was done. The nutrient content of the granular form, as you can see, is still within the range of the powder form, indicating that granulation had minimal effect on the nutrient content of the formulated fertilizers. The optimized nanofertilizer formulations were evaluated using several test crops such as rice, corn, vegetables, sugarcane, coffee, cacao, and banana. This table shows the comparative yield and economic returns resulting from the application of recommended rates of conventional fertilizers and NPK nanofertilizers on rice. The recommended rate of application using conventional fertilizers is 90 kilograms N, 30 kilograms P2O5, and 30 kilograms K2O per hectare. Results of our optimization and field validation trials show that with NPK nanofertilizers, the rate of application can be reduced to 50% of the recommended rate and still get a comparable grain yield. Because of reduced application rates, production cost is lowered and the net income is increased by 40%. ROI also increased from 64% to 97%. This is the comparative yield and economic returns resulting from the application of recommended rates of conventional fertilizers and NPK nanofertilizers on corn. The recommended rate of application using conventional fertilizers is 120 kilograms N, 60 kilograms P2O5, and 60 kilograms K2O per hectare. Similar to rice, results of our optimization and field validation trials show that the rate can be reduced to 50% with the NPK nanofertilizers and still obtain a comparable yield. This translates to lower fertilizer cost, lower cost of input, and to a 20% increase in net income. This is the comparative yield and economic returns resulting from the application of recommended rates of conventional fertilizers and NPK nanofertilizers on potato. The recommended rate of application using conventional fertilizers is 106 kilograms N, 106 kilograms P2O5, and 106 kilograms K2O. Similar to rice and corn, our results showed that the rate can be reduced to 50% using NPK nanofertilizers and still increase the yield by 25%. Because of the reduced application rates, the production cost is lowered. With increased yield and lower production cost, the net income increased by 46%. ROI also increased from 158% to 252%. In sugarcane, the recommended rate of application using conventional fertilizers is 200 kilograms N, 100 kilograms P2O5, and 200 kilograms K2O per hectare. Results of our optimization and field validation trials showed that the rate of application can be reduced to about 55% with the use of the NPK nanofertilizers and still increase cane yield by 46% and sugar yield by 40%. Because of reduced application rates, production cost is lowered. With increased yield and lower production cost, the net income increased by 103%. ROI also increased from 58% to 112%. In cacao, The recommended rate of application using conventional fertilizers is 190 kilograms N, 24 kilograms P2O5, and 240 kilograms K2O per hectare. With the use of NP and K nanofertilizers, the rate of application can be reduced to 50% and still increase dried bean yield by 106%. With the reduction in fertilizer inputs and considerable increase in yield, a positive net profit of about 20,000 pesos or equivalent to 415 US dollars was realized after a year of application. In Cavendish banana, the recommended rate of application using conventional fertilizers is 388 grams of N, 53 grams of P2O5, and 1,438 grams of K2O per tree. With the use of the NP and K nanofertilizers, application rate can be reduced to 75% and still get higher bunch yield, higher marketable yield, and an increase in net income of about 48,000 pesos or equivalent to 980 US dollars per cycle in 1 hectare. The NPK nanofertilizers are now registered under the trademark Fertigro, and we are already in the process of registering these nanofertilizers with the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority. The synthesis, characterization, and evaluation of nanozinc oxide foliar fertilizer is a research project of one of our graduate students, which was supported by the Department of Science and Technology, Accelerated Science and Technology Human Resource Development Program, or DOST-AST-HRDP. Nanozinc oxide particles were synthesized through an alkaline precipitation technique that is ideal for large-scale and cost-effective production. Characterization using SEM-EDS revealed the presence of rod-shaped zinc oxide crystals with nanoscale dimensions, low degree of aggregation, and high chemical purity with 59.96% zinc via EDS. These characterization tests, together with the mineralogical analysis by XRF and FTIR analysis, confirmed that nano-zinc oxide was successfully synthesized from zinc chloride. Synthesized nano-zinc oxide was evaluated as a foliar fertilizer for tomato in a pot experiment. This is just part of the treatments that we had, so we can compare the effect of nano-zinc oxide with other zinc sources. The application of nano-zinc oxide resulted in higher yield of 11.74 tons per hectare compared to the commonly used zinc sources such as bulk zinc oxide with only 6.56 tons per hectare and with bulk zinc sulfate with 6.22 tons per hectare. The untreated plants or the control had lower yield, only 4.99 tons per hectare, compared to those applied with zinc, indicating the importance of zinc in tomato production. Due to the nano-sized dimensions of zinc oxide foliar fertilizer, zinc became more available, zinc uptake was enhanced, which led to increased yield. The application of nano-zinc oxide foliar fertilizer also improved fruit quality, such as total soluble solids or TSS, firmness, and vitamin C content. With nano-zinc oxide, TSS was higher at 5.39 degrees Brix. TSS is the sum of sugars, acids, and other minor components in tomato fruit pulp. A minimum of 5 is considered desirable to produce a good-tasting table tomato. Firmness was higher at 11.74 kilogram per centimeter squared. This is related to the crispiness of the fruit. Vitamin C content was also higher at 5.97 milligram per 100 gram, indicating that zinc application has a positive effect on ascorbic acid content of tomato fruits. The formulation of controlled release plant growth regulators like auxins, cytokinins, and gibberellins derived from naturally occurring plant growth promoting bacteria was supported by DOST Picard. Unlike other plant hormones and root promoter products, these are encapsulated in nano-sized granules for controlled release and to prevent unfavorable degradation in the soil. These naturally occurring plant growth regulators, now registered under the trademark Hormogrow, have been shown to increase the survival rate of Robusta coffee compared to other commercially available plant hormones. Despite the increasing benefits of the developments in nanotechnology, growing concerns on its sustainability and safety emerged. The effect of the different nanoformulations on microbial community and diversity were then assessed to determine any adverse effects of the material on the environment. I'm citing here the highlights of the research projects funded by DOST Picard and DOST ASTHRDP, which assess the effects of Fertigrow NPNK nanofertilizers, Hormogrow nanoplant hormones, and zinc oxide nanoparticles on soil microbial community. The application of Fertigrow NPNK nanofertilizers had no adverse effect on soil microbial activity. The nanofertilizers were found to have significant positive relationship with the bacterial cultures of Chloroflexia, Gemati monadetes, Nitrospira, Acidimicrobia, and Actinobacteria, and with Sordaromycetes, Agaricomycetes, Dothideomycetes, Urotheomycetes, and Mortariolomycetes for fungi. The nanoplant hormone Hormogrow also did not have any adverse effect on the culturable bacterial population as above, soil dehydrogenase and urease activity. And in the case of the zinc oxide nanoparticles, it was the material composition and not the nano-sized modification that inhibited the growth of the cultured Arsolani, S. rolfsi, and F. oxysporum fungal pathogen species. Here is a list of the references that I used in this presentation. It also includes the names of our colleagues and graduate students who have been part of the research projects that I have presented. You may refer to them in case you need more information. Thank you for your attention and good day to everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanchez. Dr. Sanchez has introduced a nanofertilizer developed in the Philippines and show many effective demonstrations. It's very informative presentation. Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. And our next speaker is Mr. Wenjing Jiang. Mr. Jiang has a Master of Science degree from the Department of Agricultural Chemistry in Soil Environment and Plant Nutrition Division of the National Taiwan University. And now he is an assistant researcher at the Tainan District Agricultural Research and Extension Station, Council of Agriculture. His specialization is on the research and the relations among soil, substrate, water, fertilizers, and crops in greenhouse. Today, he will give a presentation on effects of shallow hidden pipes on soil salinity of greenhouse cucumber. Let's welcome Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My topic is effects of shallow hiding pipes on soil salinity of greenhouse cucumber. My name is Zhang Wenjing. I come from Tainan, the District Agricultural Research and Extension Station. My English is poor, but I tried to express it clearly. According to the regulation of USA, when the EC of irrigation water is 0.75, the SAR is allowed to be a ratio of 6. If EC exceeds 1.5 and SAR exceeds 5, it is not suitable for irrigation. In Thailand dollars, from 2010 to 2019, laboratory irrigation water received a total of 7,466 cases, Taiwan farmer, and 4,631 cases with EC exceeds 0.75. There are 62% is very high. Thailand's major work is surveyed farmer who is at Yunlin, Jiayi, and the Tainan country. The site of test is in Taibao. It's here. It's in Jiayi country. This is soil report in 2020. In Jiayi, there are 37% exist the standard. EC1, the file is 0.6, and there are 4% exceeds to the standard in Taibao. We use molecular 3 extract to detect soil sodium. Therefore, we can find the degree of local soil sensitization is very common between EC and sodium content, like this. This is irrigation report in 2020. In Jiayi and the Taibao, we can find over 7% of the irrigation water EC exceeds the standard 0.75. And the sodium concentration of the irrigation water is also 100% above the standard. Standard concentration of sodium absorbed by cucumber plant is 18.4 ppm. Case analysis. Most of the plant greenhouses are located in the rice area in Taiwan, so there are drainage problems, power bond, green water level too high, other problems, irrigation water with high sodium, content 2.7 micromole per liter. Complex question about soil salinity. Solution. Use the shadow hide pipe, improve greenhouse drainage, and reduce soil salinity. Automatic drop irrigation, input fertilizer and water. This is the 30 greenhouse, and this is another greenhouse. We can see there are surrounded by rice field here and there. And this is the test greenhouse. We have 4, A1, A2, B3, and B4. There, the greenhouse form is double greenhouse. It's a pair. Designs of experiment. This site is cucumber plant location, and the hiding pipe is under the soil, 50 centimeter. And we have 4 tests. A1 is dry and no open pipe. A2, draining and pipe. B3, drain pipe and biochar. B4, dread, pile, and high fertilizer. The greenhouse left is 88 meter and the wide is 6 meter. This is soil profiled. A1 greenhouse and B3 greenhouse. The powder board is 30 to 40 centimeter. And the rainwater level is 17 to 90 centimeter. So we said hiding pipe is here, 50 to 60 centimeter. It can broken the powder bottom and not uptake the garden water in soil data. The top half of the soil data is before the test. The sodium is high, almost up to 400 ppm. So the cucumber will not easy to plant. The down half of the soil data is after the hiding pipe is set. SOM become down and calcium, magnesium, and the sodium become high, especially sodium up to the 957 ppm. It will be difficult to plant. Why happened? Because when the hiding pipe is set, we use the machine to mix the soil. So the soil in the low lead have low organic matter and high salinity. When mixed, it be moved to the up layer. So the soil data look is worse than the original. My EC data is 1:5. It's made 1 part soil mixed with 5 part water meant to detect. My EC data need to multiply it 6 to 7. Then will be similar data like this. In this data, EC is 0.75. This is biggest list. So therefore, according to the data influenced, the cucumber yield will decrease obviously. But after 3 sessions and 50 months of hiding pipe used, soil results was great improved, especially EC and the sodium come down. They are better than before the test. Of course, calcium and magnesium also come down too. It shows that hiding pipes improve the soil salinity through leaching. This is irrigation water and drinking water quality. We can know the leaching efficiency. This is beginning is the irrigation water. Sodium concentration is 2.7. After 3 months, the leaching concentration reach is maximum to 11.05. Up to 7 months, the sodium concentration of the drainage water can cause serious damage to cucumbers. Cucumber plant can uptake sodium concentration like this, 0.8 micromole per liter. But in 6 micromole per liter will cause sodium poison. If the sodium concentration of irrigation water reach 2 micromole per liter in order to avoid sodium poison in cucumber, it is necessary to discharge 23% of water. The test irrigation water sodium is 2.7. So the discharge is 27% of water. This is the cation ion concentration in the drinking water. The major cation ion is sodium. Which is exactly that we want to deal with. Cucumber in the first station and the second station are grown in a sodium toxic environment. Potassium is poured liquid. This shows that the hiding pipe only drains the excess cation ion communicated in the soil, such as sodium, calcium, and magnesium. And this is ion concentration data. It has always been dominated by the SO4 and the HCO3. Why there is the peak of NO3? This time is the last stage of cucumber second station. We test total rest of cucumber to high concentration of nutrient solution. And this is construction state. I used the sand to cover the tube 5 centimeters. Then backfill the soil and additional use the biochar in these 3 greenhouses. And this is the cost of the setting up shallow hiding pipe for 0.25 hectare. It is $587,200. It's very expensive. The initial growth stage of the fertilization is suffer from high temperature and static damage because soil have size sodium concentration to 900 ppm. And here is location of the drip irrigation pipe like this and here, and here. Traditional flow irrigation will cause static communication in the cultivation area like this. So we used drop irrigation to solve the problem of the soil salinity. This is the location of hiding pipe here. It is under the drop irrigation pipe. In the setting soil, the drain occurs after 4 minutes of drain irrigation. but in clear soil, the time will be longer. Because of the smooth drainage, the humidity in the greenhouse is even lower than the atmospheric, especially in strong photosynthesis during the day is more pronounced. Although the cell damage occurred in the early stage, but under the drought irrigation and hiding pipe technology, the growth was normal in the later stage. The green is dry and the humidity is low. The yield and the quality of cucumber in the first station. We can see B3 has the best quality. Class A is 82% and the largest yield 99.8 ton per hectare. But why A1 control is still not that yield? Because we also set up pipe in A1, just not open the valve, but it still has drainage happening. Because of the good results, we hold a meeting, but it is only the first session. We use 3 technology. 1, shallow hiding pipe. 2, ferret border cultivation. 3, drop irrigation. And this is yield of cucumber in first and the second. And this is yield of cucumber in third. When smooth curve is usually running over the ground, and the steep curve is usually sunny. Especially the harvest day is 103 days. This is compare of the yield of cucumber in 3 sessions after the hiding pipe. This is location yield in 2019. And this is farmer original yield. They are no use the hiding pipe. Per work is powder the land and build drop pipe and the net, etc. So need a day about 20 days. When cucumber growth time is always 3 days, then we can start harvest. In local yield, harvest time is 30 and the yield is 33 tons. And the farmer original, the yield is 55. Now, use the hiding pipe. The first session, the yield is 96 and the harvest day is 57. In the third session, the harvest day increased 132 days and yield is 178 tons. Compared with original, the yield is 3.1 times the original. Soil salinity drains faster. After 3 months, the drain water is 5 times for irrigation water. 2, harvest PERD and the yield increased. Increased day from 3 to 132. Increased yield 55 tons to 178 tons. This technology is worth to promote it, although the cost of the shallow hiding pipe is expensive. But the output value of the 1, 2, 3 session has accumulated income 10 to 55 million. The effect will continue. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang has introduced the shallow hidden pipes to improve soil salinity for greenhouse cucumber production. It's a very effective facility to enhance the production of cucumber. And it's very nice presentation. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. And our next speaker is Miss Farida Binti Manaf. Miss Manaf is a Master of Science graduate in Land Management program at the University Putra, Malaysia. Now she is a Senior Research Officer at the Soil Science Water Fertilizer Research Center of the MADI, where she worked for 15 years. She has conducted a lot of research work in the field of soil science, especially in the field of chemistry and soil quality. Today, she will make a presentation on soil fertility management for sustainable plant production in Malaysia. Let's welcome Ms. Manaf. Ms. Manaf, please.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Hi everyone, I'm Farida Mana from Malaysian Agriculture Research and Development Institute. Today I feel so honored to be one of the speakers for the MARDI FFTC 2020 online workshop, discussing on the important topic for the role of healthy soil-plant interactions towards achieving a resilient agriculture in the Asian and Pacific region. In Malaysia, and I believe in most of the country in the tropical regions, we don't have problem with the length of the available growing period because throughout the year we receive enough light. However, we do have problem with the highly weathered soils in our region because in Malaysia we majority have the soils falls in the type of oxysoils and altisoils, which is at the international level, most of these soils are classified as the problematic soils. So I'm here today to share with you our experience for the soil fertility management for the sustainable plant production in Malaysia. Before we go further, here are some key points that I'm going to share today. First, some brief information on the background and the problematic soil in Malaysia, the availability and the constraint, and some on the management of the problematic soil for the crop production, and key message from our R&D works. For some background information, in Malaysia, we have approximately 500 different local soil series in Malaysia, and about 75% of these soils fall under the altisoils and oxysoils group. And both of these soils contain only 1 to 2% of the organic matter, which is below the optimum level and which is not sufficient for the plant growth. And here are some status of land use in Malaysia. About 40% only used for the agriculture. From that percent, there are 47% of the soils are considered as marginal and unsuitable for the crop cultivation. And now we move to the problematic soil in Malaysia, the availability and the constraint. Okay, in Malaysia, we have these 4 types of soil that are considered as problematic soils, which is the first one on the brist soils, and on the peat, oxysulfate soils, and the steep land. All these 4 soils, they are problematic in terms of their nature. It's not because of the anthropogenic activities. For brist soils or beach ridges interspersed with swales that develop on the sandy coastal ridges, they have the soil order of antisols and spodosols, and mostly found in east coast of Malaysia, especially in the states of Pahang, Terengganu, and Kelantan. And for tin tailings, actually that is not a naturally problematic soil in Malaysia. However, that is the spoils of the mining activities. It is due to the anthropogenic activities. And the soil order, it has antisols. There is no spodic horizon at all. And they are mostly found in west of Peninsular Malaysia, especially in Perak and Selangor. In fact, we have one of our MADI station in Kundang, which is located totally in the tin tailing soils. In terms of the constraint of the brist and tin tailing soils, they have low water holding capacity due to their high leaching. This is because most of these soils, they have more than 95% of the sand texture, and the soil's temperature at the surface is very hot. It can reach up to 40 degrees C. And during the wet season, some of the breeze soil series that form on the depression area, they can be completely inundated. And for the peat soils, which contain the organic matter more than 65% in the top of 100 cm of soil, and the soil order in Malaysia, we have histosols with 3 levels of decomposition, which is separate, hemic, and fibrate. Separate, which is completely decomposed, and hemic is intermediate between separate and fibrate, which is fibrate, which is not completely decomposed or in the early stage of decomposition. And this peat in Malaysia is mostly found in the Sarawak, and some in the Peninsular Malaysia, in the Selangor, and some in Johor. For the constraints of peat soil, of course, the percentage of the tree trunk or the debris which is still in the original form, that is not completely decomposed due to the high water table. And then they have micro or micronutrient deficiency and poor in terms of the soil drainage. If the drainage is not properly managed, it will cause the shrinkage and the subsidence due to the consolidation and oxidation. And this is also trigger the issue of the CO2 emission. And however, with the excessive drainage, the peat can undergo the irreversible drying that always trigger the burning, because peat, once it's dry, it will come back to the original form even though we water with a lot. And then it is susceptible to the flooding due to high water table, and of course the soils are very acidic. Mostly the range is between 3 to 4.5. For the acid sulfates, the availability in Malaysia, it is mostly in the coastal area, which is coastal plain area in the middle of the sea and the land. And in Malaysia, it can be divided into 2 groups, which is the first one on the potential acid sulfate, and then the true acid sulfate soils. The potential acid sulfate, the pH is not really low compared to the acid sulfate itself. Acid sulfate can be lower than 3.5. The bigger problem of acid sulfate soil because they have the existing of mineral pyrite. This mineral pyrite, once it's oxidized, it will release the iron sulfate. This iron sulfate, it will trigger the acidity of the soil. And besides, these soils also have the concept of the aluminum toxicity and the nutrient deficiency. In Malaysia, when a large area of acid sulfate is open for the agriculture activities, they always overdrain. And when they are overdrained, they will lower down the water table below the zone of pyrite, and this will trigger the pyrite to be oxidized and form into iron sulfate that trigger the soil to be very acidic, which is sometimes it can fall below 3. And the next of our problematic soils is in the steppe land. In West Malaysia, we have 42% of the slope area with the inclination greater than 20 degree. And in Sarawak, we have a lot of mountainous area, which is the slope is more than 33 degree, which is not suitable for the agriculture at all. And in Sabah, we have 22% of the slope area with the inclination of more than 20 degree. The major constraint of the steppe lands, of course, due to the sloping area, which highly associated with the soil erosion. Besides its topography of the sloping area, the intensive of tropical rainfall also can cause the problem of this topsoil erosion and the soil structure degradation. When the excessive runoff happens, it always causes the deposition and siltation. This also causes the problem to the lake and the dam that become very shallow. And then when the farmers open the agriculture activities in the steppe land, they usually ignore the conservation measures. And once the topsoils are disturbed and without any proper conservation measures, it always ends with the disaster, massive or disaster accidents that can cause the big loss to the farmers itself and the residents there. And now we move to the management of the problematic soil for crop production in Malaysia. For the management of breeze and thin tailing soils, we found that the management of irrigation and mulching is the best effective method in minimizing the rapid evaporation as well as to lower the soil temperature. And at the same time, the application of manures and compost also help very effective to help to overcome the problem of low water holding capacity and the high infiltration rate. This is due to the addition of the organic matter. And this soils is different with the mineral soil because in terms of the fertilizer application technique, it is different because we need to apply the technique of sprint and frequent application of fertilizer. This is to help reduce the leaching loss of NPK and at the same time to increase the nutrient use efficiency by the crops. Based on our experience in tin tailings in Madikundang, this is done by our former researcher, I think in 1980s. What they did is they make a big hole, a big planting hole. They dug into the size of 1 meter by 1 meter into 1 meter depth. And they put the palm oil sludge in combination with the oil palm empty fruit bunch as the basal treatments before they start the planting. And the good effect of this method, if after 30 years we back to the same location, we found that the two materials have been decomposed and formed into the soil profile. And until now, the location still produce the yield for the chiku and the carambola. For the breeze soils, until now, we found that so far the application of gypsum and organic amendments is the best recommended rate. At the best recommended rate of 20 to 40 tons per hectare as a basal treatment is the best management for the land preparation for the breeze soil before we start the planting. For the management of pit soils, the key management is in terms of the water table, which is based on our R&D. We found that the recommended soil water table to be maintained is at the 50 centimeter from the soil surface, is irrespective of crop type. This is for the long-term cultivation. In terms of drainage system, they need to construct of a higher number of smaller and shallower drains measuring around 0.6 meter wide and 0.9 meter deep with 50 meter drain spacing. This pit also need liming effect, which is we need to apply lime because this material is important to increase the soil pH. And the application need to be frequent like in the breeze soils, and the amount of lime required is depend on the acidity of the pit and the crop requirement. Usually to control the water table at the farm level, farmers always use the water gate or the water control structures with a cascade of closed space adjustable wells. For the management of acid sulfate soils, the most important thing is to prevent the soil from drying out. This is because it is easily to control the soil pH from drop down into the acidic level by keeping the pyrite mineral in a waterlogged level. Because one is drying out, the pyrite, as I mentioned, it will oxidize and form into iron sulfate that trigger the acidity of the soil. And based on the R&D work, we found that the proper maintenance of the water table in acid sulfate is need to be maintained around 40 centimeter from the surface. And sometimes when farmers want to do the activity of the agriculture in this acid sulfate area, sometimes they need to build the bund or to construct the ridges because we need to make sure the root zone does not reach the acid sulfate layer. And at the same time, also we need the regular liming and the appropriate fertilizer application. For the steep lands, for this enforcement, actually, Department of Agriculture in Malaysia has been produced or established one of guideline in 2020 that recommended any activities on agricultural land exceeding the 25-degree gradients are refrained from any activities except for the planting of durian that allowed until up to 30 degree. At the same time, to control the soil erosion, it is highly recommended to use legumes and vetiver grass. And at the same time, at the Cameron Highland, they plant the kimcham, or we call the lily, on the slope area as the slope stabilizers. And the cultivation of any crop are also recommended to do under the rain shelter. And the construction of terrace also need to be practiced when they do the agriculture in the steepland area. And also the using of natural mulching like rice straw, and sometimes they also plant like what we call the mint, and at the same time the chive with the planting bed. It also help to reduce the erosion of the soil from happening. Now we move to the key message from my sharing today. Based on our works in the R&D, we found that a proper understanding of the characteristic of problematic soils is very important, and of course this need to be achieved using the technology generated from the R&D. And more than one soil management approach is need to be applied at the same time and to be implemented in order to find the correct way and interactive way for the soil management. And also the cultivation of certain crops on marginal soils, they entail is high cost and difficult input and good management skill at the same time. And at the same time, we need to take steps to reduce the soil degradation using sustainable agriculture. And of course, all these efforts need to be consistent, and we need to continue from time to time. And for our experience in Malaysia, all these works proceed in our 12 Malaysian plan for the problematic soil and degraded soil remediations. For that, I end my presentation with thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Manaf. Ms. Manaf has introduced the problem soils in Malaysia, such as grease or thin tailing soil, peat soil, acidic sulfate soil, and the steep lands. And she also shares the management practices adopted in Malaysia to the problematic soil. Thank you for Ms. Manaf, for the informative presentation. Thank you. And the next speaker is Dr. Kanokorn Shinma. Dr. Shinma finished her PhD in agricultural science at the Gifu University in Japan. Now she is an assistant professor at the Department of Soil Science, Kasesa University, Thailand. Her main fields of expertise are on soils and fertilizers, especially on organic fertilizers and biofertilizers for soil fertility and plant soil microbe interaction. Today, she will give a presentation on utilization of sugarcane trash to improve soil fertility. Let's welcome Dr. Shinma. Dr. Shinma, please.
Thank you, Dr. Lin, for introducing myself. Hi, everyone. My name is Kanokorn Shinma from Department of Soil Science, Faculty of Agriculture at Kamphangsaan, Kasesa University. This is a good opportunity for me to talk about the utilization of sugarcane trash for soil fertility. Let me introduce our department as briefly. Our department located in Kasesa University, Kamphangsaan campus. Nakhon Pathom province, it takes about 1 hour from Bangkok, a capital city. The campus had an area about 8,000 rice for study, research, and student field practice. Our department has the activity that involve in soil science, such as participated in CESLA. Since Thailand had launched the Center of Excellence for Soil Research in Asia, the World for Regional Research Institute to promote sustainable soil management. We also involved in Asian Soil Partnership or ASP, especially Pillar 5, harmonization of method. measurement and indicator for the sustainable management and protection of soil resources. Our laboratory, that is soil chemistry and fertility laboratory, provides soil analysis service and recommendation for farmers how to use fertilizer that suit for specific soil or plant. This laboratory also attained FFTC on proficiency testing program of soil, plant tissue, and fertilizer analysis from 2019 until present. We are the trainer team of global learning and observation to benefit the environment or groups to educate primary students until high school students about how soil is important for the environment and the easy method to determine or observe soil environment. We also the member of Soil and Fertility Society of Thailand. We are involved as a committee, journal editorial office, and many activities of Soil and Fertility Society of Thailand. Our department focused on the research of soil fertility and fertilizer management to promote efficient use of fertilizer, not only chemical fertilizer, but also organic and biofertilizers for sustainable agriculture. The utilization of sugarcane trash is one of our research for soil fertility. Soil health is very important for plant production. Healthy soil will support the ecosystem functions such as water storage and filtration, carbon storage in the soil, biological function and soil organism diversity, and also productive capacity. Soil health has a relation to environment, human and animal health. The healthy soil gives a benefit on healthy food production, host of biodiversity, help to combat and adapt to climate change, essential for food security and important for water storage and filtration. That's the reason why we must consider and keep healthy soil for sustainable plant production. Utilization of sugarcane trash is one of the management to support soil health in agricultural soil. Since sugarcane is an economic crop of Thailand, we are the third largest producer in the world after Brazil and India. The sugarcane planting area is over than 100 million lines, and sugarcane was used as raw material in many industries, such as cane and sugar, animal feed, ethanol production, and also biomass energy. In 2021, Thailand produced more than 60 million tons of sugarcane. High sugarcane output lead to massive of sugarcane trash. It is estimated that one rise of sugarcane planting area will have sugarcane trash after harvest, approximately 1.5 tons per rise. Therefore, it will be up to more than 6 million tons each year. The grower has different trash management that are burned in a field, leave on soil surface as mulching material, and tilled into the soil. However, sugarcane trash burning is considered as a conventional trash management in Thailand. The burning process requires for field management just before planting and after harvested. The heat from burning process leads to the loss of more than 90% of soil nitrogen and also lost sugarcane yield quality, plant nutrient, organic matter, and also soil fertility. Furthermore, smoke and dust like a small particle from this process, cause of air pollution and smoke that harmful to human health. This problem about sugarcane trash burning lead to the understanding of losses after burning the trash and prohibit in Thailand. Leaving of sugarcane trash as a residue in a field was one of management to prevent the occurrence of small particle dust and loss of plant nutrient in soil from burning heat. The trash contains macronutrients that are nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. After pouring into the soil, you will get maximum of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium up to 9 kilogram nitrogen, 4.2 kilogram phosphorus, and 11 kilogram of potassium per rye, respectively. However, tillage of sugarcane trash into the soil was faster the trash decomposition than mulching on soil surface. The decomposition of sugarcane trash has some limitation according to plant composition. Sugarcane trash is a dye matter, high C/N ratio and high lignin content that are limit naturally microbial biodegradation. Furthermore, soil properties, for example, soil texture and soil water content also affect on biodegradation process. To accelerate sugarcane trash, microbial cell and microbial cellulose are used as biocatalysts to decompose process. Since microbial cell has a variety of biochemical process involved in mineralization, while cellulose enzyme could be overcome the limitation of C/N ratio to accelerate the trash decomposition. The effect of sugarcane trash accelerate on accumulation of plant nutrient and humic acid in soil was studied in post-experiment with incubation of sugarcane leaf and accelerate the decomposition by various selective bacteria and crude cellulose from its strain. It was found that the application of living cell and microbial cellulose to accelerate sugarcane trash decomposition did not have a significant on soil pH, electrical conductivity, and potassium content in soil, while nitrogen mineralization, phosphorus content, organic carbon, humic acid, and decomposition rate were different. The maximum nitrogen mineralization was found in control without any acceleration, while living cell and microbial enzyme gave the lower nitrogen mineralization. It is possible that living cells require nitrogen to reduce C/N ratio of sugarcane trash. In contrast, microbial enzyme yield higher available phosphorus than living cell and control. Humic acid content was used as representative of biochemical transformation of carbon into organic matter like sugarcane trash to humic substance, a stable organic carbon. The formation of humic substance would be effect on soil fertility and soil properties. It was found that the sugarcane trash decomposition, which was accelerated by both of living microbial cell and microbial enzyme, gave more humic acid content than control. Furthermore, percentage of organic carbon and decomposition rate of both living cell and microbial enzyme, which were higher than control treatment. This result indicated the possibility to accelerate sugarcane trash and can be improved soil fertility by increasing of organic carbon and humic acid accumulation in soil. The sugarcane trash management by accelerate decomposition by microbial and microbial enzyme were done and considered as an upstream strategy to reduce environmental impact and loss of soil fertility. The success was necessary to combine the information to integrate it with soil database, fertilizer and farmer management, crop model, and effective technology for fertilization. So our research team set up the fertilizer management for sustainable sugarcane production as follows. Since we utilize sugarcane trash by accelerate decomposition to improve soil fertility, and the data will bring to the second project of development of soil data sets to apply with the tailor-made fertilizer technology in sugarcane. The development of site-specific nutrient management for sugarcane in central area of Thailand, and using unmanned aerial vehicle-based imagery to estimate top dressing nitrogen in sugarcane production. In conclusion, management of soil organic matter is critically important for sustaining the long-term production of crop soil. Sugarcane trash can be used as nutrient source for plant and remain soil organic matter to retain a better healthy soil for sugarcane production. The decomposition process, accelerated by living cell or microbial enzymes, cause of faster trash decomposition than naturally occur, could be incentive for grower to avoid trash burning. This management would be a guideline for improving soil fertility and reduce environmental impact in sugarcane planting area. Furthermore, the information from an upstream trash management will be implemented with the soil database in specific area. Tailor-made fertilizer recommendation and crop model linked with analysis of NDVI for effective fertilizer management in sustainable sugarcane production. We are continue to finding the better way for increased yield, reduce cost, and get more quality of sugarcane, and also keep healthy soil for agricultural soil. And this year and next year, we continue our research strategy in a field experiment. Finally, I would like to thanks to National Research Council of Thailand to give us an opportunity to conduct the research in the past year and this year. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Shinma. Dr. Shinma has introduced the microbial cell and microbial enzyme to stimulate the decomposition of sugarcane trash to improve soil fertility. I think it's a very successful case to utilize the crop residues and very well fulfill to the requirements of sustainable agriculture. Thank you, Dr. Shinma. And also, I want to say thank you again to all the speakers in this section. Now, I want to invite our participants to ask questions related to this section. And is there any question? Okay, I think we have some question in the chat box. The question one is to the speaker one, to the Dr. Sanchez. The question is, has there been a comparison cost to ROI between biofertilizers and nano fertilizer? Both technologies are from UPLB. Thank you. Dr. Sanchez, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the first question. Actually, there was no comparison made between the biofertilizers and the nanofertilizers, although they are both technologies of UPLB, because our field trials only involve the nanofertilizers and the conventional fertilizers. So the comparison was only made between the conventional fertilizers and the nanofertilizers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. Is there any other questions?
Dr. Lin, I think there is still some questions for Dr. Sanchez here in the chat box. Let me read this to you. It says here, Dr. Sanchez, regarding the rice and nanofertilizers, did you find any genetic variation of rice varieties response to nanofertilizers? This is from Loida Perez. I think she's from the Philippines. Would you like to answer the question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Loida, for your question. We only used, I'm sorry to inform you that we only used one variety in our field trials. We only used N6 RC222, although we had two different sites for our field evaluation. we only used one rice variety. So we don't know if there will be any genetic variation in regards to the response to the fertilizer. But I would suppose there would be genetic variations.
And we also have a question here for Dr. Sinma. And it says here, did you consider other waste materials, such as filter cake or a combination of leaf and stalk of sugar cane with added lime during the clarification process of sugar cane milling? This is from Andrea Dawan, I think from the Philippines also. Dr. Sinma, would you like to answer the question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ronald, for question. I focus on only sugarcane trash in the field. For waste material like a filter cake in Thailand, we use a material in organic fertilizer, like a compost or like a material for production of organic fertilizer. I'm not yet conduct the experiment about the filter cake in the field.
Yeah, and then there's a follow-up question also. This is from Vietnam. Let me know the time of application in sugarcane. The time.
That's for me. Again, okay. Yeah, actually, we tried different timings of application during our optimization study. But in our field validation trial, we only applied the nanofertilizers once at planting time. And because it's a slow release fertilizer, it was able to sustain the release of nutrients for the whole duration of the whole growth duration of sugarcane.
Okay, and then I think there's another question here directed to Dr. Sanchez, and it says, from Noel Perpetua, what is the solubility of your nanofertilizers?
The solubility of the nanofertilizers. Another question. Okay. So the carrier is a zeolite, so it's insoluble in water, but the nutrients are soluble in water. So they would just diffuse to the solution when they are dissolved. But since the carrier that was used is zeolite, it is an aluminum silicate mineral, so it's insoluble in water. Thank you.
Okay, so I have read the questions in the chat box. Dr. Lin? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ronald. And I want to ask our participants, do you have any questions for our speakers? And I also have one question, want to ask Dr. Sanchez, how to use the nano NPK fertilizer? Just apply to the soil or by foliar application?
Thank you for that very important question. You can use it the same way as you use your conventional fertilizers. Because it's in solid form, you apply it by broadcast or by basal application.
So you incorporate the fertilizer into the soil?
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you. It's a very, very nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And any other questions?
Yeah, I think Dr. Chang is raising her hand. Dr. Chang?
Dr. Zhang, please.
Didn't hear his voice.
We can hear your voice, Dr. Zhang.
I have no question. Sorry. I'm tested. I'm sorry. Yeah, I have no question on this presentation.
Okay. Yeah, we're talking to Dr. Susan Chang of FFTC. Yeah. Dr. Chang is joining us in the boardroom so that we
Hello?
can hear her. Yeah.
Okay, she go to another room.
Please wait.
I think there is a question. There is a question directed to Mr. Zhang of talking about the calcium issue. You should read on the chat box. Yeah.
There is a question from Dr. Zhang. Calcium seems to be significantly reduced during drainage. Does it have an adverse effect on plants?
他说那个钙减少了，那对作物有没有什么影响
？OK，因为
中文
我讲中文，你帮我翻译好。因为那个土壤的钙含量其实已经超过标准了，已经很高了，所以其实它原本是过量的，所以当它那个暗管弄完之后，其实它是下降，那2000多 ppm 其实都还足够持续生长。
The response from Mr. Zhang is that the original soil content of calcium is quite high. So even the leaching, after the leaching with the hidden pipe, it reduced from 3,000 ppm to 2,000 ppm, but it's still enough amount. But I think from his experiments, the reduction in the sodium content is much more important. Actually, I also have a question to Dr. Sanchez. Could you please tell us what's the price of the nano fertilizer compared to conventional fertilizer? And do you think it's cost effective? Of course, from your results, the yield is higher. But if could you compare the cost effectiveness?
Thank you, Dr. Chang, for that question. We made a comparison of the prices of the nanofertilizers versus the conventional fertilizers in 2020, because that was the end of the program. And for the for the NanoK fertilizer, it is cheaper compared to muriate of potash. If you look at the cost per kilogram of nutrient, our nanofertilizer is cheaper than the muriate of potash. For the Fertigrow NanoK fertilizer, it's $1.18 per kilogram of nutrient. For the muriate of potash, it's $1.68 per kilogram of nutrient. But for the nitrogen, our fertilizer is the cost of our fertilizer is a bit higher. It's 1.28 pesos per kilogram of nutrient compared to urea, which is $1.05 per nutrient. So it's close. But for the Fertigrow P fertilizer, for the Nano P fertilizer, our fertilizer is still more expensive compared to Solofos. So we're still trying to reduce the cost of our Nano P fertilizer. But I think for the Nano K and the Nano N, it's okay. It's comparable.
Okay. Another question for you is that because the nano fertilizer, the size is quite small, and how you recommend farmers to apply them? Maybe, I don't know, what the method of application, because if it's too small, do you think it's going to be messy and difficult? You know, when you apply it, how are you going to do it? And can we do that through fertigation, suspension? Is there going to be any problem? Anyway, maybe you can explain how you
Thank you again, Dr. Chang. As I have mentioned earlier, the first form of the fertilizer that we were able to produce is in powder form. But we found out that it is very difficult to apply it in the field. So what we did was to granulate it. So the final product now is in granular form so that it will be easier to apply.
Okay.
And also easier to transport and easier to store.
Okay. May I ask another question? Sorry. My question is to Dr. Sima. I would like to know how long it takes for the microbial agents you applied to decompose the sugarcane trash, sugarcane residue. How long it will take to do the
In first year, only in pot experiment, we estimate within 30 days in pot experiment. But in this year, we determine the degradation process in a field up to 3 months.
So that's the similar questions for us. For example, in Taiwan, there's a lot of rice paddies, and it's originally the government encouraged farmers to incorporate the rice straw after harvesting by chopping into smaller pieces, incorporate into soil. However, it takes some time to decompose it. And because there's the practices of first crop and second crop, so the duration between the two crops maybe only for 1 month to 2 months. So if you just directly incorporate that without any other biological agents, it takes time and then have some effect. You have to be very careful about nitrogen application in the second crop also, and also the decomposition that might have some toxic substance in the beginning process. So later on, I know that Taichung District Agricultural Improvements, Agriculture Research and Experiment Station, they have selected, screened some of the microbial agents, try to accelerate the decomposition process. So you might also try to shorten the time of the decomposition. Thank you.
Thank you for your information.
Okay. To the time constraint, I think I want to close this section and turn it over back to Mr. Mengubat. Thank you for all our speakers and participants. Thank you. Mr. Mengubat.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Yuen Lin, for moderating the discussion. And with that, we bring to a close session 3 on practical management to improve soil-plant interactions for agricultural productivity. We listened to 4 speakers, and as Dr. Lin said, due to time constraint, we have to take our lunch break. We will shorten our lunch break. We will be back at 1:35 in the afternoon. So we will go to session 4, which is on advances in soil plant management to boost productivity, sustainability, and resilience in agriculture. Okay, we will be back at 1:35 for session 4. Thank you very much.
Low nutrient content and low nutrient use efficiency of existing organic fertilizer in the market leads to low organic crop yield production. High cost of organic fertilizer and low yield production leads to high market price of organic produce. We are also facing issues on high import of organic fertilizers and uncertainty of organic status of commercial organic fertilizers in the market. Hi, I'm Tiba Manikam from Fertilizer Technology Program. As to overcome these issues, in Mardi we have developed a cost-effective, affordable and a complete bioorganic fertilizer which is needed to ensure the higher yield and quality of organic produce in Malaysia. BioRicha is biochar-based organic fertilizer enriched with effective microbes, essential macro and macronutrients for optimum and sustainable crop yield production. BioRicha is a complete fertilizer for multi-crop use such as leafy vegetables, fruity vegetables and fruit. BioRicha is formulated for environment, where it able to give long-term nutrient stability and helps in transformation of living soil. BioRicha was formulated following My Organic standard and recommended for My Organic and sustainable farm.
plant factory is an indoor farming system where the system is artificially controlled for optimum plant performance. LED lighting is a key component in the production system. Unfortunately, LED lighting system designated for agriculture that is readily available for Malaysian market are fully imported. Unsuitable specifications and quality that do not meet Malaysian standards due to inadequate accessories that do not fit the existing electrical components as well as plant requirements. Mardi, in collaboration with Impressive Age Sendian Berhad, has developed LED lighting technology that tailored in a way to satisfy the local needs. Combination of specific light spectrum of high power blue and red LED diode can produce a quality light for 200 to 400 micromoles per square meter per second. Photosynthetically active duration for the distance of 20 to 30 cm from the lamp that can be enhanced the efficiency of the photosynthesis in the plant. The LED is produced from a quality material which the approximate lifespan for a single LED can reach up to 35,000 hours. Mardi's LED enables light exposed duration can be reduced from 14 to 18 hours to just 10 to 12 hours with plant maturity as early as 25 days after transplanting, which can save up to 25% of the energy. In addition, 4 to 5 LED tubes are only needed per square meter plants as compared to imported LED with 6 to 8 tubes required for the same size area. A few units of LED can cover bigger area. Through this technology, various types of crops can be planted. This technology was commercialized by Impressive Age Sendian Berhad since 2019. Estimated annual revenue for this company is more than 1 million ringgit Malaysia. Effective light fractions of the Mardi's LED can reach up to 110 degrees Celsius, which can save the LED cost up to 25% per square meter plants.
MARDI, leader in agrotechnology. The establishment of the Malaysian Agriculture Research and Development Institute MARDI in 1969 opened a new dimension in the history of Malaysian agriculture. MARDI was officially opened by the late Tun Abdul Razak, the second Prime Minister of Malaysia, with a mission to develop MARDI as an agent for the generation of proper, feasible and sustainable technologies and to provide a leadership in agricultural research and development. Backed by excellent infrastructure and over 3,000 knowledgeable, competent, motivated and productive workforce, MARDI continues to chart its own history, moving forward to achieve its vision. The core functions of MARDI are research and development and the transfer of technology leading to the establishment and growth of a competent agriculture industry, vis-a-vis the concept from farm to table. Technologies developed by MARDI are enablers for food security, especially in this challenging era of climate change. At the same time, the development of new resources for wealth creation is a continuous endeavor, done with sustainability of the national agriculture industry in mind. MARDI gives emphasis on technologies based on eco-friendly organic material and microbes. To overcome the problems of high cost of inputs and shortage of manpower, MARDI helps modernize agricultural approaches based on up-to-date R&D and innovation, which provide advantages to the target groups. MARDI also focuses on the development of high-value products. Various food and health products based on locally available herbs have been commercialized. The capability of MARDI researchers in the area of biotechnology has resulted in new biosensor kits for use in the agriculture and food industries. Commercialization of R&D findings by MARDI enables technologies developed reach target groups. Various methods are used to ensure fast and effective transfer of technology to farmers and entrepreneurs through courses, workshops, seminars, exhibitions, provision of expert services, quality analysis, as well as making available test beds, incubators, and processing facilities. MARDI is also involved in the Azam Tani project, providing advisory services and supply of direct assistance in terms of infrastructure to the participants. These projects have been successful in elevating incomes and improved the livelihood of participants through business activities. MARDI has been successful as a catalyst to the development of the agro-tourism industry through the establishment of agro-technology parks in Cameron Highlands and Langkawi. Both parks are now popular tourist destination, iconic in status, and attracting visitors, local and from abroad. MARDI's achievements are proven by awards and accolades received at the national and international levels. Through the networking with centers, associations, and research institutes, MARDI shares and optimizes its expertise, findings, and knowledge towards the development of the food, agriculture, and agriculture-based industries. MARDI, powering the national agriculture industry.
bernutrisi adalah penting untuk setiap manusia untuk meneruskan kehidupan. Saya rasa terharu kerana dapat memberi sumbangan kepada orang yang lebih memerlukan.
So bagi kami memang benda tu kita orang satu bersyukur dan kita orang senang hati. Sebab kita tak tahu orang kat luar sana yang ada yang tak cukup makan, ada yang makan yang tak berzat. So benda ni yang kita orang jual ni memang berzat. So elok untuk diorang.
Oh, makanan memang okey lah, sedap kan. Macam-macam makanan ada, air pun ada. Program ni berapa menjimatkan saya belanja harian.
Over 70% food that rescue basically come from vegetables and fruits, which is the main component of nutritional food. Most of the time, before this project kick off, this food, basically this good food is going to the landfill.
MADI mengambil inisiatif untuk membantu mengurangkan kadar kehilangan makanan melalui pembangunan teknologi lepas tuai dan juga sistem pengendalian makanan yang baik. Petani juga boleh membantu melalui pembaikan kepada aktiviti-aktiviti di ladang seperti menggunakan teknologi untuk memetik tanaman-tanaman pada keadaan yang sesuai, menyediakan stor yang sesuai untuk penyimpanan dan juga mengamalkan sistem pengendalian dan juga pembungkusan yang sesuai.
Low nutrient content and low nutrient use efficiency of existing organic fertilizer in the market leads to low organic crop yield production. High cost of organic fertilizer and low yield production leads to high market price of organic produce. We are also facing issues on high import of organic fertilizers and uncertainty of organic status of commercial organic fertilizers in the market. Hi, I'm Tiba Manikam from Fertilizer Technology Program. As to overcome these issues, in Mardi we have developed a cost-effective, affordable and a complete bioorganic fertilizer which is needed to ensure the higher yield and quality of organic produce in Malaysia. BioRicha is biochar-based organic fertilizer enriched with effective microbes, essential macro and macronutrients for optimum and sustainable crop yield production. BioRicha is a complete fertilizer for multi-crop use such as leafy vegetables, fruity vegetables and fruit. BioRicha is formulated for environment where it able to give long-term nutrient stability and helps in transformation of living soil. BioRicha was formulated following My Organic standard and recommended for My Organic and Sustainable Farm.
Hi, good afternoon, and I hope you have enjoyed your lunch break. We are now on the afternoon session. So, for those of you who just tuned in, this is the afternoon session of our symposium workshop and video conference entitled Role of Healthy Soil Plant Interactions Towards Achieving Resilient Agriculture in the Asian and Pacific Region. I'm Ronald Magubat from the Food and Fertilizer Technology Center for the Asian and Pacific Region, and this is brought to you jointly by FFTC and MARDI in partnership with the East and Southeast Federation of Soil Science Societies, or SFs. So we now proceed to session 4, and session 4 is entitled Advances in Soil Plant Management to Boost Productivity, Sustainability, and Resilience in Agriculture. And our moderator for this particular session is a professor of the Agricultural Systems Institute, College of Agriculture and Food Science, University of the Philippines at Los Baños. Let's all welcome back again Dr. Pearl Sanchez.
Thank you, Ronald. Good afternoon, everyone. As Ronald mentioned, I hope you all had a good lunch. Welcome to session 4 of our International Symposium. I'm Pearl Sanchez, and it is my honor to be your moderator in this session. So this afternoon, we will be talking about advances in soil plant management to boost productivity, sustainability, and resilience in agriculture. We have 5 soil scientists from Indonesia, Japan, Vietnam, Korea, and Taiwan who are going to share their knowledge and experiences on the latest technologies regarding soil plant management. So let's welcome them one by one. Our first speaker is Dr. Arif Hartono from Indonesia. He is the coordinator of the Plant and Laboratory Analysis at the Department of Soil Science and Land Resource, Faculty of Agriculture, IPB University in Bogor, Indonesia. A PhD in Soil Science at the Kyoto University in Japan, Dr. Hartono's fields of specialization are in soil chemistry and fertility. Today, we will talk about the use of polyacrylic acid and polyurethane in controlling the release of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium of compound fertilizer. So ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Dr. Arif Hartono. Dr. Hartono.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I sent the video, yes. Let's display our video. Hello? Hello?
Hello, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Hartono. We're just waiting for Mardi to play your video.
Please display my video. Ronald Mangubat. Mr. Ronald Mangubat.
Mardi, please, the video presentation of Dr. Hartono.
Dr.
Start.
Dr. Hartono, Mardi is saying they cannot play your video. Can you play it from where you are now? Can you play your video from where you are now? Right now?
Dr. Hartona, would you like to go on live? Anyway, your slides are here.
I must find my file in Microsoft Office in cloud. Oh.
Okay. What about if we start with Dr. Mishima's presentation first? Let's go to Japan first so that we can save on time. Okay. Dr. Sanchez, can you introduce our speaker from Japan first?
Okay. So while waiting for Dr. Hartono to fix his presentation, let's now move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is a senior researcher at the National Institute of Agroenvironmental Sciences of the National Agriculture and Food Organization in Japan. This area of specialization is on fertilizer resource management and nutrient cycling in ecosystems. A PhD at the Graduate School of Hiroshima University major in agroecology, he has also done a lot of research work in carbon cycling in forest ecosystem. Today, he will talk about recent trend in nutrient use, balance, and efficiency for sustainable intensification in Japan. Folks, it is my great honor to introduce to you Dr. Shinichiro Mishima. Dr. Mishima, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Now I start my presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, please. Thank you, Chairman. This is my presentation title. Here is Malaysia and here is Japan. Japan is a very mountainous island, so farmland area is only 12%, and 40% is occupied by paddy rice, and the other part is upland crop. Problem is low food self-sufficiency and large nutrient surplus. One countermeasure act is Strategy for Sustainable Food System set by Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries in 2021. What is this initiative? This is a very enterprise aimed to achieve by 2050. Conceptual approach is input, production, processing, and distribution, and consumption. Through this cycle, we wish to reduce chemical fertilizer in 30% and increase organic farming area. But I wonder there has reality or not. Anyway, need to know is how did we use fertilizer for crop production and what should we do in future? So, introduction is here. Look back the past trend. Manual and chemical fertilizer application, crop production from national-wide survey or statistics. Target year is 1980 to 2010, every 5 years except 2005. Evaluation for crop production system is nutrient, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium balance, and use efficiency. Balance is calculated with manual application, chemical fertilizer application minus crop production in NPK amount. And use efficiency is crop production in NPK use and divided by manual plus chemical fertilizer. And discussion. Contents is here. I already speak about 3 parts and later speak about method, trend, result, trend of manual and chemical fertilizer application and crop production and evaluation. And 6, evaluation for kind of crops, and lastly I will speak about summary and action. Manual and chemical fertilizer use was estimated as follows. National-wide surveys individual documents are divided by 8 districts, 7 crops, and 4 farm households. For 7 crops is paddy rice, upland crop, vegetable, orchard, tea, forage, fodder. 4 farm households is full-time crop farm or part-time crop farm, full-time or part-time livestock farm. Divided 224 cluster. In average was calculated in each cluster, then weighted with the corresponding planted area of this number of clusters and aggregate, then calculate national-wide chemical fertilizer and livestock use. Why use this method? Application rate is different by farm households. Like this. This is a result of paddy rice. Manual application per hectare is largely different between livestock farm and crop farm. And all manual will be not used. So for validation, estimated amount of manure was compared with livestock waste phosphorus production. Because phosphorus is hard to reduction during composting system, and amount of livestock waste P production was calculated by high head number multiplied with waste pea production per head. Estimated chemical fertilizer use was compared with the governmental statistical data about chemical NPK fertilizer demand. Crop NPK production was calculated with crop yield in statistics multiplied with NPK concentration in food and forage feed nutrition table. Other comparable public data is not exist, so I cannot compare with other data. That and variation is here. Applied manual phosphorus and produced manual phosphorus. Applied phosphorus was basically smaller than produced phosphorus, except in 2080. Estimated chemical fertilizer and demand is basically estimated amount is smaller than demand, except 90-80 in nitrogen and potassium. So for estimated manual amount may be okay, except 90-80, and the chemical fertilizer estimated amount was smaller than demand because not include minor crops, for example, flower and sapling, and do not follow the trend is more large problem. But this I don't have enough reason to speak about this difference. Trend of application, production, and evaluation in total is here in national-wide, and all of crop is here. Chemical fertilizer NPK application was declined from 1980 to 2010. Manual application in all in nutrient ingredient. Manual application was relatively constant, but slight increase was observed in 2010. Crop production was small in 1980, but other years relatively constant in each nutrient ingredient. As a result, protein balance was declined from 1980 to 2000, and slight increase was observed in 2010 in NPK. Because in 2010, small reduction was observed in production and small increase of livestock waste manure application in 2010. As a result, balance was increased in 2010 than 2000. Use efficiency was increased from 1980 to 2000 because of lower input and relatively constant productivity, but reduced in 2010 because of large slight increase of manure and decrease of crop production. So, reduction of balance and increased use efficiency is maybe good trend. Increased balance of use efficiency in 2010 is promotive use of manure by Livestock Waste Act to enhance use of livestock waste manure, fully enforced in 2004, and slight reduction of crop NPK yield or production. Result of nitrogen balance in 7 crops is shown in here. Huge input for tea is observed because tea needs a lot of nitrogen for increase its quality in the past, but already too high even and reduced to 2010, but enough high even in 2020, followed by vegetables and orchard. These are the important cash crops, so can use labor and pay the cost of chemical fertilizer and manure. Low input of paddy rice is caused by high yield to high quality one because of low nitrogen requirement. Balance is here. Large surplus on tea, vegetable, and orchard was observed, and small surplus was paddy rice, upland crop, forage and fodder. And in forage and fodder, deficiency was observed because of no record in 2010 and legume crops nitrogen fixation activity is not incorporated in fodder. Use efficiency was just inversed style. High use efficiency was caused by low balance, small surplus of nitrogen balance. In phosphorus, no conspicuous difference on application, but high application was also observed in tea, vegetable. For tea, chemical fertilizer input was the main part, and for vegetable, chemical fertilizer input and manure input is high. On the other hand, low input application was paddy rice, upland crop, and forage and fodder. Balance was large in vegetable and tea. Small surplus was paddy rice, forage and fodder because of low application. But use efficiency was high in rice, upland crop, and forage and fodder. And because of low application of and high production. Low use efficiency was orchard and vegetable. Low production, especially on orchard, is caused by very low use efficiency. Result of potassium balance use efficiency is here. Not so conspicuous difference between in different application. Rather when compared with nitrogen, but higher application is also observed in tea and vegetable. Large manure application on vegetable and forage and fodder was one of typical in potassium use because of these vegetable is cash crop, and each affordability of manure is very easy for livestock farms. So balance has significant difference, but I can say around it's distributed around 100 kilogram per hectare. So this is a very interesting phenomenon. Use efficiency was low in paddy rice and orchard because of low productivity, and high in others is large production in spite of high application. So summary is and action is here. Overall summary: reduction of chemical fertilizers and relatively constant manure use and constant crop production reduce they may reduce balance, increase use efficiency. This was realized by a reduction of production cost or negative impacts for agricultural environment and surrounding environment. But we have to know is what's happened on soil fertility. For 7 crops, wide variance in application production. Variance and efficiency is linked in nitrogen, but not apparent in phosphorus and different in potassium. So, reduction of balance and increase of production is different between crop and elements. So countermeasures are different. So improve balance and nutrient use efficiency, especially for vegetable and orchard on nitrogen and phosphorus, and nitrogen on tea, phosphorus on upland crop, and potassium in paddy rice. And overuse of soil fertility nitrogen will be occur on forage and fodder. And improve of these indicator should be satisfy cost quality consumer demand in my country. So need action will be popularization of technologies that reduce application of chemical fertilizer and manure without reduction crop productivity. And these technologies are largely developed in the past. So popularization is a matter. And diagnose soil health and soil fertilizer resource management is also important. That enhance nutrient cycling in Japan. And also we have to think about sleeping resources, nutrient resources outside of agriculture sector. And my organization development is 20 cut chemical fertilizer application for kinds of crops. This will intended to sustainable intensification in Japan. So that's all. Terima kasih. Thanks for your attention. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Mishima.
Yes.
That's very informative information. Dr. Mishima just reported on the recent trend in nutrient use, comparing chemical fertilizers and manure. He also talked about nutrient balance and nutrient use efficiency for sustainable intensification of production systems in Japan. So thank you again, Dr. Mishima. We will entertain questions and comments after the last speaker during the open forum. So kindly reserve your questions. Dr. Hartono, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I can.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back Dr. Hartono from Indonesia.
Excuse me, can you see the PowerPoint of my PowerPoint? Hello, can you see my PowerPoint?
Hello, Dr. Hartono.
Hello?
Hello, yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, moderator. I would like to present our works. The title is The Use of Polyacrylic Acid and Polyurethane in Controlling the Release of Nitrogen, Phosphorus, and Potassium of compound fertilizer. I'm Advartono from Department of Soil Science and then Resource, Faculty of Agriculture, IPB University Indonesia, and my colleagues Pak Anung Haryono, Febrianto Hernawan, Pak Aditya Anindipto, Thomas Rizky. They are from fertilizer company in Indonesia, like on the screen. So the background of our works is one of the challenges in fertilization practice is to regulate the timing of fertilizer application according to the plant needs in order to maintain nutrient availability for plants and to reduce the amount of nutrition loss to the environment. Yes, we know that conventional fertilizers are considered to have a low degree of efficiency. Nutrient loss in conventional fertilizer use is between 30 to 70%, depending on the method of application and soil condition. One way to increase efficiency in fertilizer use is to use control release fertilizer, or we call it CRF. CRF is made by coating fertilizer with materials that can reduce the rate of dissolution so that nutrient availability can be maintained over a long period of time. The use of CRF can reduce the rate of fertilizer leaching from the soil by rain or irrigation water, reduce the frequency of fertilizer application to plants, and reduce the potential negative effects associated with excess fertilizer application. So IPB University and PT Pupuk Indonesia developed a prototype of three types of NPK CRF products, namely NPK CRF with polyacrylic acid coating, NPK CRF with 7% polyurethane coating, and NPK CRF with 12% polyurethane coating. The three types of products are expected to be efficient fertilizers in providing nutrients for plants. So it is necessary to evaluate the releasing pattern of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium from those CRF fertilizers. So the objective of this work was to evaluate the nutrient release of three types of NPK CRF products, namely NPK CRF with polyacrylic acid coating, NPK CRF with 7% polyurethane coating, and NPK CRF with 12% polyurethane coating. As a comparison is an NPK fertilizer without coating. So materials and methods. The nutrient release experiment in the study was carried out by two methods. First, dissolving method. That is the dissolving the fertilizer in water and incubate it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, and 12 weeks in room temperature. So we call it the dissolving method. And the second, leaching method, leaching the fertilizer in the column with water after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 weeks incubation. In the dissolving method, the material used in this were containers, bottles, filter paper, analytical balance, thermometer, and distilled water. The fertilizer used were NPK CRF with polyacrylic acid coating, NPK CRF with 7% polyurethane coating, we call it PUC, NPK CRF with 12% polyurethane coating, or PUD, and PK fertilizer without coating, we call it NPK. The dissolving method was carried out by incubating 5 grams of each fertilizer and 100 milliliters water in a bottle at temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. This bottle were incubated from 1 week to 12 weeks. The incubation solution was collected at a time of 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, and 12 weeks. The incubation solution was then filtered and stored in another container for analysis. Analysis were conducted to determine total N, P, and K. This is the installation of the solving method experiment. For leaching method, the materials used were columns made of glass, column caps, bottle, beaker glass, filter paper, analytical balance, thermometer, sands, and water. The fertilizer used were PAA, PUC, PUD, and PK. PAA is NPK coated with polyacrylic acid, PUC, NPK coated with 7% polyurethane, PUD, NPK coated with 12% polyurethane, and NPK as a control. The leaching method was carried out by making columns that measure 30 centimeters in length and diameter of 8 centimeters. The lower end of the column was equipped with a tap for drainage, and the upper end of the column was also covered with a column cap. At the lower end of the column was put a container to collect the leachate. The columns were positioned vertically and filled with sand. The sand before use was washed with HCl to prevent contamination. 5 grams of each fertilizer was placed 5 centimeters below the top of column. The column was leached with 80 milliliters of distilled water 3 times per week. The leachate was collected weekly from 1 to 12 weeks. The leachate was then filtered and stored in another container for analysis. Analysis were conducted to determine total N, P, and K. This is the installation of leaching experiment. Data processing, the kinetic first order of equation was used to calculate the maximum of NP in the form of P2O5 and K in the form of P2O release and the rate constant of the release. This is the equation. Result and discussion. Characteristic of N release. This is N determined by caudal method. This is the graph. The result of the analysis show that the release of N in NPK and PA fertilizer was much greater than that of N by PUC and PUD fertilizer. PUC and PUD is NPK coated with polyurethane 7% and 12% respectively. The range of N released by NPK was 62.9% to 72%, while PAA was 72.8% to 92.3%. The list of N by PUC ranged from 59% to 68.7%. The list of N by PUD fertilizer ranged from 12.9% to 54.5%. So PUD or NPK coated with 12% polyurethane had the lowest release compared to other fertilizer. So in the leaching method, range of N fertilizer, range of N released by NPK was 17.6% to 55.6%, while DPAA was 22.6% to 66%. The release of N by PUC range from 5.10% to 32.7%. The list of N by PUD fertilizer range from 3.5% to 18.2%. So also in this method, PUD or NPK coated with 12% polyurethane released the smallest N among the all fertilizers tested from the beginning to the end of incubation. So this is the first order kinetic equation of total N release, the solving method, the solving and leaching method. So in this case, PUD had the smallest of the rate release constant of N release. So what about the characteristic of P release using the desampling method. And NPK has the smallest fertilizer. NPK has the smallest P release compared to other fertilizer, but in leaching method, PUD fertilizer release the smallest P among all fertilizer tested from the beginning to the end of incubation. So the first order kinetic equation of P release in the form of P2O5 by desampling and leaching method. In this case, NPK coated with 12% of 12% polyurethane had the lowest the lowest rate constant of P release. This is the characteristic of potassium release in the desampling method. NPK fertilizer release K ranging from 71% to 88%. PA fertilizer release K ranging from 86% to 100%. PUC fertilizer release K ranging from 77% to 100%. PUD fertilizer release K ranging from 15.2% to 69.6%. So PUD fertilizer released the smallest K among the fertilizer tested from the beginning to the end of incubation. Also in the leaching method, PUD or NPK coated with 12% of polyurethane released the smallest K among all the fertilizers tested from the beginning to the end of incubation. So this is the first order kinetic of K release. So in this table shows that PUD or NPK coated with 12% polyurethane had the lowest rate constant of K release in the desampling method and the leaching method as well. So the conclusion, based on the releasing data, NPK CRF with polyacrylic acid, PA coating with polyacrylic acid coating released the most N, both in the desampling method and the leaching method, followed by NPK CRF with 7% polyurethane coating, and NPK CRF with 12% polyurethane coating. Thus, NPK CRF with a polyurethane coating of 12% is the slowest fertilizer in releasing N. Based on the data on the release of P and K with the leaching method, the percent of P and K release of NPK fertilizer with a polyurethane coating of 12% was the lowest and also had the lowest release of rate constant. The result of the study recommended that a 12% of polyurethane coating can be used to slow the process of releasing NPK fertilizer so that it becomes more efficient in providing NP and K to the plant. The others thank to PT Pupuk Sriwijaya for funding this research. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hartono. For those who just joined us, Dr. Hartono just discussed the release of N, P, and K from compound fertilizers coated with polyacrylic acid, 7% polyurethane, and 5% polyurethane using this dissolving method and the leaching method. Our next speaker, now going to the third speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Nguyen Van Hien from Vietnam. He is a researcher at the Soils and Fertilizers Research Institute in Hanoi, Vietnam. A soil scientist for many years, Dr. Hien has a PhD in environmental science at the University of Birmingham, United Kingdom. His thesis dissertation is on the comparison of the physicochemical properties of biochar with their utility for water remediation and fertilization. For today's presentation, Dr. Hien will talk about the effect of biochar on soil quality, carbon storage, and crop yield, a solution for carbon farming. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Nguyen Van Hien. Dr. Hien, please.
Thank you, Sanchez. Hi, everyone. Could you please hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, now I share my present. Hi, everyone. My name is Hien. I come from Soil and Fertilizer Research Institute of Vietnam. I'm very happy to be here to present for all of you. My topic is effect of biochar on soil quality, carbon store, and crop use, a solution for carbon farming. My present has 4 parts. The first one is the introduction. The second one is the methodology. In this part, I will present about biochar production methodology, compost methodology, and field trial design, crop variety, and soil type conducted the trial. The next one is a result and discussion. In this batch, I will present about the soil property and biochar property before trial, and then I present about the effect of biochar on soil quality, on carbon sequestration in soil, and effect of biochar on crop use. The last one is a conclusion. Now the introduction. As you know, Vietnam has a great development in agriculture for over the last 30 years. That made Vietnam become one of the leading exporter for rice, coffee, tea, and black pepper and other products. However, conventional agriculture mainly use chemical fertilizer and pesticide. Such means use a low carbon input than carbon output, that lead to soil health degradation, biodiversity loss, and increased emission. Now Vietnam already says in COP26 as a net zero emission by 2050. So in order to meet the goal, in our country production need to focus on increase higher C inputs than C outputs by using organic material like biochar, compost, crop residues to sequester carbon in soil to reduce the emission and improve soil quality. So such means is the burning crop residue on the field need to stop. Objective of my present of my research is evaluate how effect of biochar and biochar based compost combined with NPK apply for tea on fertile soil and dry on agricultural soil, effect on soil quality, carbon store, and crop use. Now is the methodology for biochar production. We produce biochar from acacia wood chips, dry husk, and bamboo with equipment, namely top leaf uprooted drum, which short name is a Tilus. Here is equipment we use to produce biochar. Pyrolysis temperature around 500 and 550 degrees Celsius. For compost, we mix compost from farm manure at the local, mixed with 5% of the mixed biochar. The mixed biochar here is a bamboo, rye and wood biochar with ratio 1:1 in waste, then aerobic composting. Here is we crush biochar into powder, then mix with compost. Then we mix the compost with 5% of biochar. For field experiment, we design 3 replication. One field as one replication with plot area about 100 square meter per plot. So each experiment has a 3 treatment. The first one is a farmer practice with NPK. Treatment 2 is a 2 ton of biochar per hectare combined with 80% of NPK of the farmer. Treatment 3 is a 10 ton of compost. Compost here is a biochar based compost combined with NPK. Here is a chemical fertilizer applied for tea and for rice. You can see here is a tea normal requires high nitrogen fertilizer than rice. For crop variety, we use the Hangzhen 19 for rice, inbred rice, and LDB 140. For soil fiber, rice cultivated on Acacian soil, and tea cultivated on fertile soil. For soil sampling, we collected soil sample at 2 depths, from 0 to 20 centimeter and 20 to 40 centimeter before and after trial to evaluate the quality of soil. For crop use, we harvest whole plots for tea and we select 5 sites. Each site is a 2 square meter per plot for rice. Then we calculate for crop use. Now is result and discussion. Here is a physical-chemical property of soil before experiment for pH. A strong acid be a strong acid for petty soil, but very strong acid for tea soil with pH below 4.5. For organic carbon, it's a medium for the both soil, and total nitrogen is a low for better soil but medium for tea soil. For the phosphate, rich total phosphate but a medium for phosphate available for the both soil. For potassium is a medium for total and available potassium for both soil. For CC, calcium exchange capacity, is a low for better soil but a medium for tea soil. Now is a property of biochar. Here is a chemical property of biochar. Here is a wood biochar, rock biochar, and bamboo biochar. You can see is a pH of tree biochar is alkali with pH around 10. For rock it has higher CC and art content. Here CC of rock and art content. Higher than is a bamboo and wood ash. However, rock has a lower carbon. Here's a carbon of the rock biochar and fixed carbon than is a bamboo and wood biochar. We also analyze it same and best failure of the tree biochar. You can see on the left hand side here is a wood biochar with hollow structure with a lot of bore inside and surface is very complex. So that's why the good biochar has a high bed surface area with 479 square meter per gram. On the right hand side, you can see here is a bamboo biochar. The borrowed structure also was seen for bamboo biochar. The structure lies a bee nest, so bamboo also has high bed surface area with 434 square meter per gram. For Royhawk biochar has the lowest bed surface area, only 3.29 square meter per gram, because structure of the Royhawk biochar very smooth. Other side here is not complicated with a lot with very little border structure, so that's why Royhawk is the lowest bed surface area. We also analyze the surface function group for the three biochar. Here is a bamboo and wood biochar is the same chain of the function group. However, the Royhawk very different compared with the bamboo and wood biochar. Now the how effect of biochar on soil quality after 1 year application into soil. For the field, you can see as here is a not increase in pH and total nitrogen at the top soil. At the top soil here is a pH not significant different among the treatment. The subsoil also. Here is a total nitrogen at the top soil is not different among the treatment. However, biochar and biochar compost increase the total nitrogen at the subsoil, and phosphate and potassium available for the both depth, subsoil and topsoil, and CEC and exchangeable calcium also increase for the both soil depth, topsoil and subsoil. Now is soil quality of benefit after 1 year biochar apply. We also didn't see increase in pH for both soil depth, topsoil. pH is not significant different among the treatment. The subsoil also the same thing. However, biochar and biochar compost apply effect increase total nitrogen, phosphate and potassium available for the subsoil and topsoil, and calcium, exchangeable calcium and CC also increase for the subsoil and topsoil. So biochar has a positive effect on soil quality for the body soil and the soil. Now the whole effect of biochar on organic carbon stored in soil. The first one here is a tea field. Apply biochar and biochar based compost increase soil organic carbon from 15 to 20% compared to the control for the true soil depth. However, the stored carbon in topsoil and subsoil of biochar and biochar based compost not different, so there is the same letter here. However, for rice field, we did not see increase in organic carbon for the topsoil. There is the same letter among the three treatment. However, in the subsoil, The biochar and biochar compost increase the organic carbon stored in soil from 38 to 41% compared to the control. So the effect of biochar on organic carbon stored in soil very different between the dry soil, that means the tea field, and flooded soil. Here is a dry field. So store carbon in subsoil and topsoil also different. So very interesting here. Now the whole effect of biochar on crop yields. For the tea, so if effect of biochar based compost was higher than biochar combined with NPK. The high gene was seen with compost combined with NPK, increased 48% compared to the control, while the 2 tons of biochar combined 80% of NPK, increased 33% compared to control. Due to the increase in crop yields, so carbon dioxide captured by the crop through photosynthesis increased from 33 to 48% when applied biochar into soil. Now is the how effect of biochar on dry yields. We found that the same effect of biochar and biochar compost on dry yields. But 2 tons of biochar can save 20% of NPK. So effect of biochar on dry yield is a different with effect of biochar on the tea yields. So because biochar effect on crop yields, so blue carbon stored in rice via photosynthesis increase from 25 and 36% per hectare per year when applied biochar into soil. Now is a conclusion. The effect of biochar have a positive on soil quality, and the same effect of biochar and biochar based compost on organic carbon stored in soil, and effect of biochar products, biochar and biochar compost combined with NPK on tea crops was better than on dry crop. Acknowledgement. I thank you Taiwan provide support for funding for my research, and FTC for my grant today. I also thank you my staff from the Soil and Fertilizer Research Institute, and Professor Stephen Joseph from University of New South Wales, Australia. Thank you. And question.
Thank you, Dr. Van Hien, for highlighting the role of biochar in improving soil quality, carbon storage, and rice yield. Our next speaker comes from Korea. He is an assistant professor who teaches soil science subjects at the Korea National University on Agriculture and Fisheries. A PhD graduate in soil science at the National Gyeongsang University in Korea, he used to be a researcher from 2012 to 2019 at Korea's National Agricultural Sciences, whose area of specialty is in waste recycling. Today, this presentation will center around a case study on the prediction of soil organic carbon and fertilizer requirement using legacy data in Korea. Friends, please join me in welcoming Dr. Chang Poon Lee. Dr. Lee, please.
Yes.
Oh, hello, everyone. Could you please open my presentation? Okay. Hello, everyone. I thank you for giving me chance to attend this conference. I have two keywords: how to maintain crop productivity and reduce environment conservation. So we Korea, we have a lot of works to make this goal. But so we saved a lot of soil database. So I think how to use this data to find the soil management strategy. So this presentation is related to this research objectives. Title is Case Study, Prediction Soil Organic Carbon and Fertilizer Requirement using legacy data in Korea. This is the issue. Human activity affected environment, for example, industry, agriculture, forest, ecosystem, oceans emit or greenhouse gases. High carbon dioxide, for example, higher carbon dioxide concentration has caused climate change because some soil carbon pool higher than 2 times than atmosphere. So balance is collapse. So nowadays, I checked some climate effect on agriculture sustainability. Maybe some climate change affected negative effect on soil productivity. For example, extreme frost, heavy storm, heat wave, drought. These can affect some soil productivity and environment. So we need some strategy to increase the plant photosynthesis and some reduce soil respiration control for the soil management on the climate change. I think some soil organic carbon is one of the best management to reach this goal. For example, this goal, sustainability and reduce environment effect. Soil carbon was important role, the positive effective on the climate changes. Nutrient supply increased, and the water supply. We expected water deficiency. If it happened, water deficiency. So we need some more water. So carbon conserve the water and storage it, and so soil supply the water to plant growth, and aggregate formation reduce the greenhouse gas emission and stable diversity. So in international institute make the perform initiative activity to conserve soil organic carbon. So we would like to we need some how much stores carbon stock in our in soils. So previous study, this is a previous study. We would like to estimate potential carbon stock in Korea. So because we have a lot of soil information, for example, soil map is complete, and we monitoring soil and environment monitoring since this year. And the linkage soil map, and so we make the applications, and some randomly point data we saved 600 data random pointers. But we want to know potential carbon stock. This data we use the taxonomical classification by soil survey data, but we have some we will paste some problem. Some how to say soil depth is different, so data is not uniform. So we convert to we make some standardization of data by using spline model like this. And another problem is we have no bulk density data. So we solved this problem by using Adams model. So we among all soil series we calculate we estimate all data, all soil series. So we estimate the soil carbon stock like this soil depth 1 to 30 centimeter or 1 to 100 centimeters per hectare unit. So we matching some alive render maps, digital maps. So we divided like this paddy, upland, orchard, how much carbon this area have how much carbon stocks. But this classification, when you make when we predict soil carbon, this data have a problem because soil survey data is a lot of cost time is limited to compare to changes with time. So we try to use another data. Soil tested database has annually collected soil property in alive landers, this depth and this soil chemical property. So this data have organic matters. So if we use this soil database, we can find some change of organic matter and with time. And so we compare to some among the alive land types. So this database induced like this sampling and analysis and saved digital format. And so we applied this data for fertilizer recommendation. So this advantage of soil test database, standardized soil analysis, digital format, estimation of nutrient requirement for crop cultivation. Finally, advanced utilization, spatial soil mapping. So in this study, we predicted soil organic carbon and each application as a nitrogen requirement for the regional scale using soil test database. Study site is here. This is Korea. This area is main rice rice field in Korea. So we selected among this area, just the yellow-green color is alive landers. So total area is occupied. This hectare, paddy is much more. So we use the soil database 313456 point data at 2017. So, and before modeling, these data are converted from point address to coordinate using ArcGIS program. So we saved the information, this data. It is not ordination, so too much time we spend. It take time too much convert to ordination. And finish this work, we procedure for SOC prediction and each application. Spatial alive landers, point data matching in map, and data analysis, modeling, and soil mapping. And so make this mapping, we use this map. We use this map for fertilizer recommendation. This process require two program, ArcGIS, ARCGIS program. And the main works is R program. So we make the R coding, data analysis, modeling, validation, the uncertainty and requirement is just we use this program. And estimation of nitrogen requirement using prediction data in alive landers. We hypothesis spatial fit model using soil test database might be possible to estimation of full fertilizer requirement each regions. So nitrogen fertilizer formula, for example, we recommend optimum nitrogen fertilizer for rice was calculated below edges this formula. So this is we modeling. We after this is observer data, predicted data. We have before make a soil map. We have to check some valid. We have to validation of soil organic carbon. So main some indicator is root mean scale deviations, but value is actually too high. Actually, we put RMSE value is below the 5. Data is too high. Even though we just process it. So this is a prediction map, and some this is error data. Area is not good. So my conclusion, there are possible to spatial SOC prediction in alive lander by creating model, but some we need some more some update, and we added more data. Finally, estimation of nitrogen requirement in alive landfall rice cultivation, we estimate total how much we need nitrogen fertilizer. Before apply this formula, we have to make a soil map or available silicate. So we make a map, just the same method, or ordinary kriging models. And this data and this data in spatial, this data we combine and we calculate. So we estimate and requirement. Some color is high, some is low. Color difference means high or low. So we in my government every years support some money for farmers, fertilize, compost like this. But they don't know how much farmers need some nutrient, fertilize. For example, this data we calculated 30.5 thousand ton jumbo areas. Maybe if we have this amount, we can calculate. We can use some various some application on policy and some environment conservation. For example, if we know this amount, some nutrient efficiency, environment loadings, air emission and leaching and runoff, so we can maybe control some environment and crop cultivations. So finally, summary. This study was conducted a spatial prediction of soil organic carbon and nitrogen requirement using soil test database in regional scale. Ordinary kriging model was benefit to predict overall soil organic carbon in arrival. Each application was possible to use estimation of nitrogen requirement using fertilizer recommendation formula. Spatial prediction modeling would contribute to establish the strategy of best soil organic carbon management for soil health and climate change control. But data collective management might be needed for future soil information service to sustainable soil management. Maybe in future we have to manage soil health, because healthy soil, healthy life for human and animal, everything. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for sharing on the use of legacy database for spatial prediction of soil organic carbon and nitrogen and its application in arable lands. We're down to our last speaker, but certainly not the least. Our last speaker is from Taiwan, and she will talk about the measures adopted in Taiwan to strengthen healthy soil-plant interactions for resilient agriculture. She is the leader of the Soils Analysis Service at the Taiwan Agricultural Research Institute, or TARI. Her specializations are in soil chemistry, soil and plant analysis, soil fertility, and soil contamination. She got her PhD in 2017 at the National Chongqing University in Taiwan, majoring in soil contamination and food safety. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Dr. Yu Wen Lee. Dr. Lee, please.
Good afternoon. I am Yuan Lin from Taiwan Agricultural Research Institute. It's my honor to share measures adopted in Taiwan to strengthen healthy soil-plant interactions for resilient agriculture. In recent years, due to the intensification of global warming, the intensity and the frequency of natural disasters has increased, which has seriously affected human life. According to the Emergency Events Database, the frequency of droughts, extreme weather, and floods all increased by more than 200% in 2019 compared to 1970. According to the statistics of Council of Agriculture of Taiwan, the main types of agricultural disasters in the past were typhoons and heavy rains. However, high temperature and drought, which were rare in the past, have occurred frequently in recent years. This shows that the pattern of natural disasters is changing. With climate change, Taiwan's agricultural losses due to weather disasters from 2006 to 2021 are estimated at 1.8 billion to 17 billion new Taiwan dollars. In light of threats from climate change, the enhancement of soil carbon sequestration is considered to serve as the best or most important approach to alleviating global warming and increasing the resilience of agriculture. And the suggested management strategies for soil carbon sequestration recommended by FAO include conservation or reduced tillage, crop rotations, cover cropping, organic farming, balanced combined applications of chemical fertilizer and manure, deep plowing, planting perennials in degraded marginal land, adding compost or biochar, and so on. Taiwan also taken some measures to cope with the impact of changes in rainfall patterns and extreme temperatures brought about by climate change on agriculture. And I'm going to introduce some agricultural management measures for coping with climate change, which involve raising water use efficiency of crops, promoting organic farming, environmentally friendly management of soil-borne plant diseases and soil pests, and improving farmland productivity in the coastal areas. The first measure is raising water use efficiency of crops. As we know, alternate wetting and drying irrigation in paddy fields is considered to be an effective water-saving technology for rice production. In order to accurately implement AWD irrigation, TARI cooperated with the National Zhongxin University, Miaoli District Agricultural Research and Extension Station, and Taichung District Agricultural Research and Extension Station to develop intelligent water level monitoring devices and solar-powered automatic irrigation valves, which can accurately determine the timing and amount of irrigation according to the water level in the field. According to the experiments conducted on Tari's farm in 2018, Using the automated equipment combined with AWD irrigation, the irrigation amount of first and second crop rice could be saved by 30.9% and 49.8% respectively, with little impact on the rice yield. From 2020 to early 2021, Taiwan faced the worst drought ever seen in recent 50 years. From this photo, you can see that the reservoir is nearly dry. And to promote water saving, COA has organized several short-term training courses introducing these intelligent water level monitoring devices and management technique to farmers, and subsidized farmers to purchase such water-saving facilities. Okay, using laser leveling technology is the second measure to improve water use efficiency in Taiwan, as can be seen from this diagram. When the soil surface is uneven, we need to increase the amount of irrigation water to keep the paddy field flooded. According to an experiment conducted at Tari, the maximum soil level difference in the conventional leveled field is 11.2 centimeter, while that in laser leveled field is less than 4 centimeter. It is estimated that 20 to 25% of irrigation water is saved. These photos show that uneven soil surface leads to uneven heading of rice, and this will affect the grain yield and the quality of rice. Trials on shallots also showed similar results. Compared with the conventional leveling technique, the use of laser leveling allowed the irrigation water to flow into the furrow quickly and smoothly due to the flatness of the soil surface. And when adopting the conventional leveling, farmers usually need to spend extra time and manpower to control the water flow in the furrows with the clapboards. And from these two photos, it can be seen that shallots grow unevenly in conventionally leveled field and uniformly in laser leveled field. By comparing the production of shallots in the laser leveled fields and the conventionally leveled field, the average bulb yield increased from 960 kilograms to more than 1.4 thousand kilograms. In addition, due to the good quality of shallot bulb, the wholesale price is higher than the market price. Farmers earn 74 to 117% more income from the laser leveled fields than the conventionally leveled field. Okay, the second measure adopted in Taiwan to cope with the impact of climate change is extension of organic farming. Organic farming was introduced to Taiwan in 1987. However, due to the small area of arable land, farmers usually invest heavily in fertilizers and pesticides to ensure high yields. In addition, due to the hot and humid climate, the rapid decomposition of soil organic matter, and the high incidence of pests and diseases, the promotion of organic farming was not ideal in the early stage. With only 5,850 hectares in 2012, and even present stagnating in 2013 and 2014. In recent years, through the progress made in the development of organic farming techniques, proposed subsidy incentives for machines, facilities, and compost, and the enactment of the Organic Agriculture Promotion Act in 2018, the acreage of organic farming has increased to more than 12,000 hectares by July 2022. To improve vegetable yield and quality in large-scale organic farms, TARI cooperated with Taiwan Sugar Company to introduce a new farming approach in TSC's farm by improving the competitiveness of vegetables with weeds at the seedling stage. Measures adopted including replacing seed sowing by transplanting seedlings, reducing soil bulk density by applying bagasse compost, and enhancing soil fertility according to soil testing data. And using these advanced farming methods, the vegetables can be harvested 8 days earlier, and the yield is 35% to 60% higher than the conventional one. The third measure adopted in Taiwan to cope with the impact of climate change is environmentally friendly management of soil-borne plant diseases and soil pests. Soil-borne plant pathogens and pests are considered a major limitation to crop production. After harvest, these causal agents often survive for a long period in the soil and will be the damage source for the subsequent crop. For environmentally friendly management, several non-pesticide strategies are recommended in Taiwan, including crop rotation, irrigation, tillage, farm sanitation, soil amendments, soil sterilization, resistant rootstocks, antagonistic microorganisms, eco-friendly plant protectants, and integration of such measures. Rotating different crops could break life cycles of certain insects and pathogens and prevent them from multiplying. In Taiwan, crop rotation with rice planting is widely recommended in the cultivation of vegetables, ornamental crops, and so on. And field sanitation involves the removal of sources of diseases, pest infestation, and weeds from the field. Therefore, the primary pest sources will be reduced. Soil sterilization. Here I'd like to introduce a case about steam treatment. Because soil degradation caused by continuous monoculture has become a major factor limiting greenhouse melon production in Taiwan, a self-propelled soil disinfector was used to steaming the soil for 4 hours. The results showed that steaming of soil significantly reduced the incidence of wilting plants, and the yield of Oriental melon was increased by 38.1% compared to the control. Resistant stocks. There are several popular rootstock crops used to obtain resistance to soil-borne diseases in Taiwan, such as the citrus, squash, loofah, and the eggplant. Okay, there are also many IPM and ICM practices adopted in Taiwan. These photos show that strawberries are growing well in field by using healthy seedlings, biological soil disinfestation, and the biocontrol agent, and the income loss due to pests and diseases was reduced by approximately $8,450 per hectare. This case showed the ICM of banana. Before planting, the coffee gold compost was applied to improve soil fertility and alleviate soil compaction, and the banana seedlings were inoculated with obscure mycorrhizal fungi, and the results showed that the incidence rate of fusarium wilt of ICM treatment was significantly lower than that of the control, and the banana yield of the ICM treatment was significantly higher than the control. This is a ICM case of asparagus beans. The measures adopted include flooding, liming, and use of bagasse compost. And these photos showed that 64 days after transplanting, the asparagus being planted in ICM field was growing well, while those planted in the control field was dead. Okay, the fourth measure adopted to cope with the impact of climate change I want to introduce is improving farmland productivity in the coastal areas by conservation tillage and crop rotation. Farmland productivity is generally low in the coastal areas of Taiwan due to monsoons and salinity. And improving farmland productivity can not only increase farmers' incomes, but also enhance soil carbon sequestration and reduce carbon dioxide emissions. Farmers in the central coastal area of Taiwan mainly plant 2 crops of rice a year. From 2018 to 2020, conservation tillage and crop rotation systems were introduced to this region. Since May and June are the rainy seasons in central Taiwan, continuous rainfall often leads to lodging of rice that is close to maturity. The new crop rotation system introduced is to replace the first crop rice with corn or soybeans, and the direct seeded rice is then planted in May or June to take advantage of season's rainfall to encourage seed germination and seedling growth. Then, corn, soybeans, or wheat are planted after the rice is harvested. A total of 3 crops are planted a year. And this crop rotation system not only uses rainfall to promote crop growth, but also reduces losses due to rice lodging and improves land use efficiency in this area. Compared to the conventional 2 crops rice system, the conservation tillage and the crop rotation system have not only increased field productivity, but also upgraded gross income by 51 to 121%. Okay, conclusion and the prospect. The COA of Taiwan has taken steps to adapt and reduce climate change to improve agricultural resilience. These measures have yielded positive results. In order to achieve the net zero emission target by 2040, in addition to developing cultivation techniques to adapt and mitigate climate change, the agricultural machinery required for these cultivations will also be developed to reduce agricultural labor and provide incentives for farmers to participate in. Okay, that's all of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee just presented the application of field sensors and automatic control devices and the use of laser leveling technology to improve land productivity. She also discussed advanced farming methods for vegetable production, environmentally friendly management of soil-borne plant diseases and soil factors, and crop rotation systems. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our 5 speakers who have just shared with us their country's technologies when it comes to advances in soil plant management. The floor is now open for questions and comments. From the chat box, I have a question for Mr. Hartono. Good day. Question to CRF speaker from Indonesia.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Dr. Hartono. Based on the potential of the prototype coating for controlled release fertilizer, how do you see the challenges in production scale in terms of storage affecting its quality prior to use in the future? Thank you.
Yeah. Information from the fertilizers company. They don't store the fertilizer in the storage room under open condition. They directly pack the fertilizer in bag, closed, and how to say, free from air coming into plastic bag. So I think the humidity and especially humidity, I think will be stable.
So these fertilizers are commercially available.
Yeah.
Okay. Another question from Dr. Mishima.
Yes.
Coated fertilizer. This question is from you for Dr. Hartono.
Yes, from me.
Sorry, Dr. Hartono from Dr. Mishima.
Yeah.
Coated fertilizer is very good for increasing nutrient use efficiency. However, pollution or waste of coating materials is one of the problems in Japan. How about in Indonesia? Dr. Hartono.
Yeah, Dr. Shin Mishima.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it is very nice to have this information because we don't discuss this yet. So I think this issue will be discussed among the colleagues, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. And one of my colleagues is developing a plastic dissolving enzyme. So such an activity may be helpful for degrading coated waste.
Yeah.
I think so. One of information for you.
Yeah. So you can. I think it's very nice. So we'll send the information about that kind of enzyme. So we will connect your colleague. I think we'll contact your colleague. Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Hartono, it would also be good to assess the effect of these fertilizers on the soil microbial community.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I have another question here for Dr. Van Hien. It's about biochar. How much is the cost of producing a kilo of biochar? If incorporated in the compost, how much is the cost of producing a kilo of compost? So I have 2 questions here. The first one is the cost of 1 kilo of biochar, and the second question is the cost of 1 kilo of compost. Dr. Van.
Thank you for the question. Very interesting question. Yeah, I think that is the cost for the produced biochar and is a big problem for why the biochar not easy to apply for the crop or for the soil, because the normal is a high cost. But I think that is now is a most biochar is produced by the in industrial level. So I think that is a good now is not expensive. For the compost, I think that is a not expensive because it's we could buy char in the market. It's in Vietnam. I'm not convert to, but around to 2,000 Vietnam dong per kilo. So when we make, because we not make owner biochar, but only percent or 10%. So is I think that is not increase more about the price of the compound. So I think that is a not very expensive when you match with compound. 5% or 10%, I think it's okay. That's all my question answer.
So it's 2,000 per kilo, Dr. Ban
In Vietnam,
money.
Yeah, around that, because most of the biochar produced in Vietnam now is for industrial machine. So I think that is cheaper because most of biochar produced from the crop residue, for bamboo residue. So as a residue, so the input is not expensive. So equipment now is okay. So I think that is a cost and no problem for biochar cost. But problem here is how to apply, how much apply for the different soil and different crop. So that's what I mean.
Okay, I have another question here. What is the possibility of zero tillage in conservation agriculture practice? I think that's for
For the conventional agriculture, that you mean? Conventional agriculture here is that mean is intensive agriculture. We mainly use chemical fertilizer than we use organic fertilizer, because intensive we farmer mainly use in Vietnam also. The farmer mainly use chemical fertilizer because the chemical fertilizer is quickly is and high impact on the crop yields than they use organic fertilizer. That's why is organic agriculture now is very difficult, because organic fertilizer may is reduce crop yields compared with conventional agriculture. So that's I mean.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ban Hien. I have seen the raised hand of Dr. Susan Chang. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I have a couple of questions. Thanks for all the speakers. I have a question first for Dr. Arif Adono. Because you only show the data in the laboratory, showing the difference release pattern and percentage of the fertilizer. But I observed one, I think it's on potassium or which one. There is a figure of 135
Yeah.
So it's over 100%. How that goes?
Yeah, I think that is
Second-
only.
Okay,
Mhm.
go ahead, please. Yeah.
Maybe that is 100%, but because of analysis error, I think. So the amount is more than 100%. But actually, all, what was it? Maybe it is potassium, for instance. It must be almost all the potassium already released in the source, in the solution. So because of the analysis error, the amount is 135% because it is divided by the initial amount of fertilizer.
Okay. And then the second question to you again is the second table in your presentation.
Yeah.
Coefficient is 86,000 or something. And there are two number is only 6. I think it should be below hundreds. So maybe there's typo. There are 3 number is typo. I think it's typo.
Yeah, the second table, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
the coefficient is wrong. It should be below
Yeah,
100 because in the bracket it's 1 minus certain number, so it should be below below 1. So
Yeah.
times that it's percentage.
Yeah.
The maximum.
Yeah, I will check it again. Yeah.
And so maybe could you provide any field data that how this fertilizer applied in the field, can they really match the nutrient requirements of the plants? Did you some research on that already?
Yeah, we will plan to do that next year.
Okay. We are forward to further data because I think the most important thing is that the nutrient release pattern could match the growth pattern and the nutrient needs of the plants. That's most important.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, can I ask another question to other speakers? So I have a question directed to Dr. Nguyen. Dr. Nguyen? Dr. Hien of
Yes. Yes.
Could you tell us how you apply the biochar or the biocompost into the soil? Did you incorporate them mixed to how you apply that? Because biochar have the acidity neutralization, and if you only apply on the top, it cannot work. And with the alkaline characteristic, if you apply on the surface and when you apply the fertilizer, it might be fixed. For example, if you apply ammonium sulfate or urea, and with alkaline pH, it's going to be turned into ammonium and then water. The biochar application method is quite important. So could you explain a little bit about how you apply?
Yeah, for biochar, for dry land, is when we apply in the surface, after that we mix with the soil, we use the soil and cover, because we know the ding is about the 20 centimeter the depth. So as we put biochar and compost also, then we cover. But for the dry field, that means the flat the soil, because the biochar is very soft. So it's a big problem for the flat the soil. So before we apply, we need to reduce the water level in the field. So after that, we apply biochar, then we mix well with the soil. After that, we put water again. So the biochar not float. So that is why the flat soil and dry soil very different in applied biochar. So this is my answer.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. Are there any other questions from the audience? I have another question. in the chat box. We still have time. I think this is again for Dr. Hartono. Aside from annual crops, can CRF be applied to fruit crops or perennial crops? Thank you.
Parents, ma'am?
Aside from annual crops, can CRF be applied to fruit crops or perennial crops?
Yeah, actually, this is designed for perennial crops like oil palm. For oil palm, we want to know about the what is it? When should we put again the fertilizer in perennial crop in oil palm? But I think we can use also in what is it? Annual crop like paddy or corn. Yeah, I think so. You can.
Yes, I think you can use it in both annual crops and
Yes.
perennial
Yeah.
crops.
Yeah.
As long as the release matches the demand of the crop.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any other questions from the audience? Have we answered all the questions in the chat box? I think we have. Yes, we have another question from Nguyen T.
Hello. Yeah.
Nguyen T.
I am not from soil science. I from plant protection. So when I would like to ask about Professor Susan James at the last talk about the soil sterilization. Do you hear me? Hello?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yes, can you repeat the question, Ms. Nguyen? About the release pattern?
Sorry, the voice is very small.
I think she's asking about soil sterilization from Dr.
Oh,
Lee.
okay. So
Okay, so sterilization from Dr. Lee.
Lin, yeah. Yeah.
So that
Okay.
Yeah,
and
I
Lin.
repeat the question again, please. I asked about the soil sterilization equipment. Do you mean you apply this equipment for the greenhouse, don't you?
Yes.
And I wonder, this model, when you apply for the greenhouse sterilization of the soil, is it common in organic farming or it's not common? Because we would like to learn about the practical application. You know, the machine is very small, but the soil volume is very large. So I don't know if practical application for you the soil sterilization equipment. So that's my question. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Ms. Nguyen. I think the question is it practical to practice soil sterilization? Because with the equipment, the soil sterilization equipment, it is only able to sterilize the amount of soil. Is it practical to sterilize soil? Is it common? I think that's the question of Ms. Nguyen.
I think the efficiency is good, but because the equipment is very costly, so it is not the common practice in Taiwan. We only use that technique when the another traditional measures cannot overcome the diseases. Then we use the sterilization. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. So it means it not apply in the large scale in the practical farming.
It's only applied in case that you cannot
Yes.
have other measure to treat the severe soil-borne diseases. Then you use that. I think the soil sterilization machine also being used to kill the fire ants. Fire ants.
Yes.
it's an invasive alien species. Fire ants. Yeah.
Because we do the sterilization, we can raise the soil temperature up to around 60 Celsius.
Yeah.
Yes. So also can kill the fire ant.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Lee and Ms. Nguyen. Are there any questions from the audience? Okay, if there are no more questions, I would like to thank our speakers, Dr. Arif Hartono from Indonesia, Dr. Shin Ichiro Mishima of Japan, Dr. Nguyen Van Hien of Vietnam, Dr. Chang Hun Lee of Korea, and Dr. Yu Wen Ling of Taiwan. It has been a fruitful discussion. It has been a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mardi. Thank you, FFPC. Thank you, ESAPS, for this opportunity. This is Pearl Sanchez. Back to you, Ronald.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pearl Sanchez from the Philippines. And that brings to a close session 4, Advances in Soil Plant Management to Boost Productivity, Sustainability, and Resilience in Agriculture. We will pause for a 15-minute coffee break, after which we will have a general discussion. This is going to be moderated by Dr. Ganisan Krishnan, the Senior Research Officer of the Soil Science and Water Fertilizer Research Center, or MARDI. And this time we are inviting all our speakers to please participate and join in our discussion. So this will be a discussion and synthesis on the future challenges and R&D directions for healthy soil-plant interactions, contributions to zero carbon emission, policy support to sound field practices, and recommendations and conclusions. So after 15 minutes, we will be back for the general discussion. Thank you very much.
Plant factory is an indoor farming system where the system is artificially controlled for optimum plant performance. LED lighting is a key component in the production system. Unfortunately, LED lighting system designated for agriculture that is readily available for Malaysian market are fully imported. Unsuitable specifications and quality that do not meet Malaysian standards due to inadequate accessories that do not fit the existing electrical components as well as plant requirements. Mardi, in collaboration with impressive H. Sendian Berhad, has developed LED lighting technology that tailor in a way to satisfy the local needs. Combination of specific light spectrum of high power blue and red LED diode can produce a quality light for 200 to 400 micromoles per square meter per second. Photosynthetically active duration for the distance of 20 to 30 cm from the lamp that can be enhanced the efficiency of the photosynthesis in the plant. The LED is produced from a quality material which the approximate lifespan for a single LED can reach up to 35,000 hours. Mardi's LED enables light exposed duration can be reduced from 14 to 18 hours to just 10 to 12 hours with plant maturity as early as 25 days after transplanting, which can save up to 25% of the energy. In addition, 4 to 5 LED tubes are only needed per square meter plants as compared to imported LED with 6 to 8 tubes required for the same size area. A few units of LED can cover bigger area. Through this technology, various types of crops can be planted. This technology was commercialized by impressive H. Sendian Berhad since 2019. Estimated annual revenue for this company is more than 1 million ringgit Malaysia. Effective light fractions of the Mardi's LED can reach up to 110 degrees Celsius, which can save the LED cost up to 25% per square meter plants.
Hello, good afternoon. We are back. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, before we start our last session, which is the general discussion, this is going to be a discussion for 1 hour. I'd just like to make some announcements because we have been receiving a lot of inquiries, people asking about the certificates and people asking about the evaluation forms. Right after this workshop, we will be sending you emails, those who went online and pre-registered with us. And that's where we will give you the instruction. We will send the evaluation form and then we will send you the certificate. The certificate is actually optional. There are some of you who do not really require or are not required by their institutions or agencies to have certificates. But for those who want, we will send you. Just wait for our email right after the workshop. Okay, so now we go to our general discussion, and I'd like to introduce again our moderator for this particular session. This is an overall discussion of what has transpired today. So we are inviting again all our 11 speakers from 8 countries. If you are online, please join us and participate in our discussion. So I'd like to introduce the Senior Research Officer of the Soil Science and Water Fertilizer Research Center of the Malaysian Agricultural Research and Development Institute. Let's all welcome back Dr. Ganisan Krishnan. Dr. Krishnan, please. We cannot hear you.
So now you can hear me, I think. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you, Rona.
Yes.
And good evening, meet again. And today we have 7 papers from a very good, very informative, very useful information was given. It is involved nutritropism, new words for me actually. I am very familiar with the chemotaxis, but not nutritropism. Nano fertilizer, water soil salinity, soil organic matter, control release fertilizer, carbon farming, and soil organic carbon production or application increase in the soil, and also water use efficiency and various field. Actually, I just took very few points, but actually they have a very extensive presentation by the speakers. But today, all this information, when you presented, you want to see what is the future, you want to see what's the future challenges, and R&D need to be in R&D direction need to be employed for achievement of healthy soil plant interaction. So this is the main introduction, main discussion we're going to have. The second thing is the contribution to zero carbon emission. Then we put a lot of carbon, soil organic carbon, and biochar, all these things, how it's going to contribute to the emission of the carbon, and which is if the reduction will be helping us to reduce or even not, if not eliminates, to reduce the climate change, global warming, and also the policy support to sound field practices. There's a lot of people thinking that soil is just a medium for them, for it to hold their plants' roots and allow the plants to produce a lot of bounty of yield, and they will harvest it and they make money and they put some nutrients inside. But they don't want to see it. I don't say all, but there's some people say soil just a asset for them to make money, not more than that. But we want to change it. And what's the policy support to want to show that the soil is really a living entity? Living entities, not I don't say it's a plant, whatever, but it contains a lot of living organisms inside. Even the root is considered as a living entity because doing a lot of things in the soil. Then to start this discussion, I'm not going, I prefer, if anybody interested, they can raise up the end when we will let them to talk. Or if there's no anybody, I will start to calling people to start with what the future challenges and the R&D direction should be taken for healthy soil plant interaction. Is anybody interested to put up their hand? if there's no anybody, I think better we started with the FFTC director, Dr. Susan. Maybe she can start first, kickstart first. Then I think a lot of people that's interesting to join her to give a comment or discuss about it. Dr. Susan.
Okay, I think I originally thought I should learn from all the speakers their thoughts, put together the thoughts about the future challenges and R&D directions. And I think from today's speech, thank you for all the excellent speakers for their informative presentation. We're talking about the soil aspects and the interaction, the healthy soil and plant interactions from the chemical, biological, and physical properties of soil to plant health. And also the plant itself can also benefit the soil characteristics. So I think from today's discussion, we see there are many cultural practices we can work on. First, for example, to improve the soil property. For example, the acidic soil, maybe there are some crops you can select to be more suitable for acidic soil, and some maybe can tolerate just a few calcareous soil, but at least the pH should be maintained at the optimum level, and there are many ways to do that. And the chemical properties can also influenced by soil carbon, soil organic matter. So I think from our cultural practices, the first goal is how to enrich our soil carbon. I think from the presentation you can see it's that you can have the healthy plant growth, the root system remaining in the soil would be the good source of carbon source. And also the proper fertilization, combination of organic and inorganic one, the proper fertilization to meet the nutrient requirement of the plants. And also the cultural practices, for example, the cropping system, the rotation, the cover crops, conservation tillage, or no-till system that can also enhance the soil, the soil properties and this carbon sequestration in the soil, and enrich the soil carbon the soil organic matter in the soil can be a buffer for better water holding capacity, nutrient holding capacities, and also for the physical property to provide more aerospace for water, for air, and for microbes to live. So I think there are many cultural practices in the past that already prove that we can enhance the soil health and then enhance the plant yields and the quality. In the future, I think we also need to think about how to improve our cultural practices to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and also to be more resilient to the impact of extreme weather conditions. So I think from our today's presentation, we can also see that some of the cultural practices, for example, the rice paddies use the alternate wet and dry irrigation technology to cope with the drought, the reducing water available to the rice field, and also can reduce, can improve the aeration condition of the rice paddy. So in that way, it may also reduce the methane emission from the rice paddy. So I think we can look into various ways. And another aspect is how to efficiently utilize nutrients. So if you can allow the plants to uptake the nutrients efficiently, then you can reduce the use of chemical fertilizer and reduce the inputs of energy as well as the greenhouse gas emission. And particularly if you can utilize the nitrogen effectively, you'll have less chance to have the N2O, nitrous oxide emission. It's also a more powerful greenhouse gas than the carbon dioxide. So I think in many ways, our research and our discussion can along those points. And from today's discussion, we also learned that the policy incentive is a very important part to encourage farmers to grow their crops, to maintain their soil health in the proper way, to enhance the productivity and also to increase the resilience of agriculture. So I think I'll stop here, and our speakers could certainly contribute to those points.
Okay, Dr. Susan. Actually, if you see my presentation, I put one big portion for the cultural practices, because I strongly believe the cultural practices itself, when we use a combination of various things, we can solve many of the problem if we can strategically use it. But unfortunately, people still prefer with the conventional method, which is not that friendly to, or not that healthy for the soil. But I believe other countries also have a different experience, especially like Dr. Pearl from Philippines. I think she can elaborate about what we should do for this regarding this improvement of the plant health, and how, from your opinion, what we can do, what kind of a research direction we can employ.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kristen. So to me, as a soil scientist, the very first thing is to know your soil. What is the current status of your soil now? What are the production constraints? Because if you know the current status of your soil, you would know the production constraints, and you would be able to recommend the proper intervention strategies. And as I mentioned this morning, fertilizers are the key factors that's driving the increase in agricultural production, which we need nowadays. So there's a need to improve nutrient use efficiency, improve water use efficiency also, improve soil organic matter content of our soils, because organic carbon or organic matter is a key indicator for soil quality. And considering also the economic constraints brought about by the high cost of fertilizers, we should also be looking at alternative sources of nutrients like biofertilizers or organic fertilizers. So it's really very important that we know our soils. What do our soils need, so that we would be able to provide the necessary interventions, so that our soil would be able to do the ecological functions that it needs to do for us.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you. Thank you, Dr. Pearl. Okay, I got a few points. You said the fertilizer study, water use efficiency, and nutrient use efficiency. What we are in Mardi emphasizing for the fertilizer. Then high cost of fertilizer is a big problem in Malaysia. Not only in Malaysia, I believe in most of the countries, because the Ukraine-Russian war is really give a big headache for our farmers. And what we are looking for, actually, we can looking for alternative source of nutrient. We are not going to 100% replace the chemical fertilizer, but partially. That's why we are emphasizing on the integrated nutrient management by using organic fertilizer, biofertilizer, or maybe the waste from the fishery, waste from the slaughterhouse, whatever we can combine. But I believe these kind of things are maybe already in the place in this like in Indonesia, whatever. I think Dr. Arkono.
Yeah.
Do you want to comment anything? How do we want to answer the suggestion of Dr. Pearl? What's kind of way, maybe there's any policy in your country or legislation say want to use the alternative source as a replacement? Maybe you have a strategy now. Indonesia also, like Malaysia and Thailand, I think we don't have much money to buy fertilizer. So what is the strategy you are employing to reduce the usage of fertilizer? Use or maybe replacement of the chemical fertilizer.
of course, yeah, I present it about the organic fertilizer, yes, coated NPK. But the real problem in Indonesia, I think now, an organic fertilizer is very expensive, very expensive. Maybe about 10 times from the previous price for urea and TSP, KCL. So yeah, so we must go to organic fertilizers. So as you know, Indonesia has a wide area of oil palm plantation, yes. So the problem is how to make fast compost. Yes, technology. The technology it is a problem, because if we compost empty fruit bunch of oil palm, empty fruit bunch, you understand what I mean?
Yes, I understand.
Empty fruit bunch. So we need more than 2 months for composting them, and it will be mounting in the what is it, oil palm processing area. It will be mounting, so it's very challenging to have a method or technology to make it faster for composting. Yeah, many companies, many oil palm companies wants that the composting should be not more than 2 weeks. So it will be it will benefit them. Yeah, for instance, in Sumatra area, in Riau, for instance, they are not allowed to burn the fruits, empty fruit bunch. Yes, so they must make it compost. So the problem is to compost the empty fruit bunch is very long time. So yeah, we must think about the technology to make it faster. Yeah, I'm thinking to combine chemical and biological method. So from this empty fruit bunch, this is a resource, organic resources for improving soil fertility, especially organic carbon levels, and to substitute partially inorganic fertilizers, because Indonesia has many oil palm processing manufacturer. So we have many empty fruit bunch mounting in that area. So if we have technology to have a very fast compost, so it will be, I think, it will help farmers to get organic fertilizer, to substitute inorganic fertilizer that's now very scarce, very rare. I mean, very rare, not available, not really available in the farmer level. So I think that's our problem.
I think this kind of we call accelerated composting of the empty fruit bunch was a whole story already. People start talking to when I joined Mardi in 2000, and my first project was on composting of empty fruit bunch. But that time, before I started, it was about 6 months to compost it. But it just managed to reduce to 3.5 months by using first organic source, another one by using a lignocellulolithic microorganism. But another strategy people using when they do overturning the compost, the machine itself got a blades, and it was chopped down to smaller pieces of the fibers, and it's accelerated the process of composting. And within 3 months, it is okay. Like within 2.5 months, I think But I think there's some research really needed because, like you see, there's some emission of carbon dioxide, especially we have a lot of problem with the air because of burning, you know. And this kind of research maybe need to be give very much emphasis. I think we should have an international network in the who can working together, sharing idea to compose it. I think Japanese people through JICA mechanism have done a few research project in Malaysia, and I think I don't know about Indonesia, but in Malaysia, is Dr. Shinichiro Mishima.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm
Doctor,
here.
can you comment something about this Dr. Artono's concern to accelerate or fasten the composting process? And I believe JICA has sponsored a lot of projects, at least
Yes.
one or two projects in Malaysia. Maybe you have some idea about it?
I don't know much about the JICA projects. But
you may be a bad idea.
yes, but the organic farming is one of the methods without using foreign or external, not independent from foreign resources. But so they want to, but affordability is very difficult, also difficult. So, but when thinking about the external resource, external resource of agriculture sector, in Japan, we want to use a sewage wastewater processed material, such as a sewage sludge compost, and or if it has too much nitrogen, we burn up, and the incinerated ash is used for phosphorus resource for agricultural use. And steel making slag is one more the important sort as the important resource for phosphorus fertilizer. So if we just seeking or focus on agriculture sector, it will have many difficulties. But if we can get another industrial sector in your country, if you have many population, you will be able easy to get sewage and human waste. So human waste compost is one of the important resource. Not of course that contains nitrogen, phosphorus, but low potassium. So there are many problems. But how to composing the materials, that imbalance will be imbalance. We can solve it, I think. How about this answer?
I think yes, thank you, because there's mainly we're using a lot of organic inorganic matter. We put a nutrient source because the whatever the EFB or any lignocellulosic waste is rich in C carbon. So we need to put N. Of course, like EFB is very rich in potassium as well. So that's why the pH when composted we go to in alkaline. And I use a compost mixed with the soil with the pH 5.2. I ended up get about 6.7. So it's very good for the plant.
Yes.
But I think there's one question by Noel Perpetua. I think it's a quite good question to answer. I read here. I think everybody is experiencing the high cost of inorganic fertilizer input, and still most of us believe that we go away with 100% inorganic. Yeah, the challenge we are facing is also how to develop effective, efficient organic fertilizer or compost. Just a comment. Does anybody want to go comment? Dr. Ian from Vietnam. you have any idea? You want to share some opinion about the questions by Noel Putua?
Thank you. I think I agree with Dr. Mishima. I think that's organic fertilizer big volume here is we need to have a data about the quality of the material of the organic fertilizer, for example, chicken manure or cow manure or bean manure or crop charity. We need to know quality of them, for example, NPK or other element. So we also need to know how they release after we apply to the soil, which indicator of the soil effect to the release nutrient into the soil, because different material, different level of the release. So which of the physical indicator, for example, humidity, that means the moisture, or water holding capacity, and for the chemical property like that is how many is nitrogen, how many carbon is balanced in the soil, and NPK also, and the physical and chemical is balanced with the population of microorganisms in the soil, because organic fertilizer release nutrient into the soil relate to the microorganism in the soil. So I think that we need to have a database about the release nutrient into the soil of different material. So we also need to quality of the material. So we need to combine to end up the nutrient for crop. So that's my idea.
So Dr. Sorry, Dr. Ian, sorry, I don't know how to mention your name. What you said is principally from our experience also, you must know the nutrient composition of each waste, how much NPK, calcium, magnesium, then we want to add in to reach a certain level of a C/N ratio, then only it will fasten or accelerate the composting process. Mostly they said like a EFB is about 78 or 80, I think. It's very high carbon. Then you need to put more organic matter. In my case, I put chicken manure. Then second time I put palm oil meal effluents, and we keep on adding few times, not just one time. Then because the pomace are in the liquid form, very little nutrient, so you have to add it a few times. Then it's really so it took about 3.5 months to fully compost it and can be used. Okay, so that's one of the things what we must see is that's the strategy. When there is a lot of waste, especially like in the animal slaughterhouse, maybe you can use it because there's a lot of nitrogen there, like a blood meal. Some area they use it, but like maybe in certain area they don't use it, they just waste it. Can be used, even the palm oil meal effluent, rubber effluent, it's very rich in nutrient, and it can enhances the growth of microorganisms, especially the lignocellulosic, to degrade the lignocellulose waste. Okay, then I also want to ask something about this. So we are talking very much about carbon dioxide, not carbon dioxide, talking about very much about the composting, the research you want to do, and there's people also talking about the carbon source. But what kind of research or how is the type of works we are doing is going to contribute to zero carbon emission, or at least reduce as much as possible? Because carbon emission, luckily we don't have this carbon tax yet. Like in Australia, once they started, but they dropped because when the government changed. But if there is a carbon tax, so the amount of the carbon you produce, if you're exceeding certain level of the size of the farm or your process, you have to pay. They call carbon credit. but luckily we don't have. But as long as we don't have, we are not going to be very serious about it. Okay. And I think just now, Dr. Yu Wenli talked a lot of things about in the Taiwan's measure Taiwan adoption in Taiwan, the health soil plant interaction for resilient agriculture. How does the measure you've taken in your country in Taiwan will reduce the emission of the carbon? Do you have any data, or you want to sharing anything about it, Dr. Yu Wenlin?
Thank you, Dr. Gannison. I think towards the net zero, Taiwan has adapt some measures to cope with the climate change. And now the most important things may be the water resources deficiency. So the first most important things is to raising the water use efficiency, and also some policies have been made. For example, we changed some cropping system in some area from 2 crops of rice 1 year to maybe one crop of rice, and the other crop is the upland crops. And also for the to raise the fertilizer use efficiency, such as nitrogen use efficiency. Now we try to adopt some practices like maybe use the control release nitrogen fertilizer, or we use the deep fertilizing, and maybe some foliar application to reduce the nitrogen fertilizer amount applied to the farmland. And also we still try to promote the some tillage practice like low tillage or a no tillage, and also maybe with some covering crops, or rotations with the legume crops, and so on. So we just start, but because COA has announced to achieve the reach the net zero by 2040. So now we put many manpowers for all these topics. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Yu, you said you want to bring the carbon emission to zero by 2040. Am I right?
Yes.
So it means your country already have a policy about it.
Yes.
Do you give some elaboration, not elaboration, some introduction, very briefly? What's the policies available in your country for this cutting off this carbon emission? Is there is it a law, or it's just a policy by the Agriculture Department, or anything?
We do not have the law for the net zero, but just
I think the president of Taiwan just announced that to reach the net carbon net zero carbon emission by 2050.
Yes.
But our Minister of Agriculture have more ambition, so that we try to adopt so many measures so that they can reach the goal by 2040. And actually, although agriculture is part of the source of the greenhouse gas emission, but it can be also the part of the solution. So there are four aspects. One is to reduce the greenhouse gas emission by,
yes,
and the second one is to
carbon sequestration.
To enhance the carbon sequestration. For example, afforestation, rebalance of the natural forest to enhance the carbon sink, and also maybe do some carbon farming.
Yes.
In terms of, for example, culturing sea algae, that can also be as a feed and also can be part of the carbon sequestration methodology. And also green energy. So there are four aspects, and among them the TARI and many research institutes. For example, the crop part, Dr. Yu Wenming just mentioned. And then for livestock, there are also breeding of animal varieties that can reduce the greenhouse gas, in testing greenhouse gas methane emission, and maybe change the feed ration, and also adding some probiotics or prebiotics to reduce the methane emission from the crops. But anyway, even crops or livestock, if you can enhance the productivity of all the crops or the animals, that means even they increase the productivity, you already reduced greenhouse gas emission. And through some cultural practices, you can reach that goal. And then for the energy, green energy part, they are also trying to use the solar panel, for electricity generation. In terms of aquaculture or the animal farms, and even some of the crops. If those crops need some shade on the top of the greenhouse, you can maybe have 40% of the greenhouse roof top to equip with the solar panel, and the 60 of them just allow the natural light to penetrate. So there are many ways to do that, and I think we should try very hard on that. And I would just like to respond to some of the question about the skyrocketing price of inorganic fertilizers. We should encourage first to enhance the nutrient efficiency by various means, cultural practices or breeding. Secondly, I think to use the cropping system, for example, to grow some legume manure crops, intercropping, and then to serve as a source of the nitrogen. And also, I think the symbiotic nitrogen fixer, we can also maybe apply them in the system. And also biofertilizer is one way to do that. And for your information, FFTC already launched the Asia Pacific Biofertilizer and Biopesticides information platform in June, and we try to facilitate the exchange on information and the R&D in that area and regulation, and promote the commercialization and application of those products in the Asia Pacific region. And we hope if you're interested, you can contribute to the platform and also take a look of our website. Okay, I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Susan and Dr. Yu. Because you see, I'm very impressed that your country have a very serious president who want to cut off by 2050. And your agriculture minister even more ambitious. You want to achieve it 10 years earlier. So you are very good. And actually, when we started from the authority, from the president or minister, it is very easier for us to disseminate whatever the policy or the implementation of the policy. but it is difficult when it started from bottom to up. Okay, so I believe you also talking about fertilizer, biopesticide platform. You just launched it, and I myself as a fertilizer and biopesticide man as well. I'm as ISR, my expertise in ISR as well. So I'm very impressed, and I want to visit it soon. But I believe in that country like Thailand also is an important agriculture country. Dr. Kanakon Sinma. Dr. Kanakon, do you have any policy in your country related with this any about this soil health or carbon emission? Dr. Kanakon, you in? I don't think she's not yet.
Yeah. Dr. Garrison, we have some questions also here in the chat box.
Yes.
I'll help you read them. This is from CLSU in the Philippines. How do we define low tillage? Is it single passing rotivator and cultivator? I think this is for Dr. Yuan Lin.
Okay.
What is low tillage?
Low tillage actually, when from our experience in Australia, it says mostly you let the tractor when plow in, you plow it one time, 2 time, and you level it, whatever. But the low tillage here is mainly what we did here. We just make a small, like a small, we make a small hole, not hole actually. We make a small, like a small straight, like what we call in Bahasa Malaysia, I know it. We dig it in the soil with a small size, let's say about 1 centimeter width and 1 or 2 centimeter depth, and we drop the seeds even for the rice, then we cover it. And we only, you see the photo I shown, that's from India, the one of the photo, they're not plow everything, they only plow certain parts where you want to cultivate. And you see like a biological culture system, biological farming, you only disturb the area where you want to cultivate the plants. Of course, not in the rice, maybe for the fruits. But other parts, you left the green, or you left the residue from the previous crop. So it actually means by the minimal or what we call minimal till. But here he said it is single passing rotover. I think it's a single passing rotover. You already done a lot of things. You plow it ready. Maybe still not sufficient to say it is minimal. I think you have done. You have to plow the overall area ready. That is my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Now there is another comment here from Yandre J. Yander from, I think this is Bureau of Plant Industry in the Philippines. And he says, integration of all the technologies presented to maintain the balance of biotic and abiotic components of a fertile soil must be implemented and promoted with the help of every players in the chain. Each player had role or roles to play.
Yes, that's why I say in my presentation, say it's all the stakeholders. It means it's from the government agency, agriculture extension agency, or organization, farmers organization. The farmers themselves have to work together to achieve whatever is what we call the integration of all the technologies to achieve the soil health. But you see, if in like a country, like a carbon emission, like Taiwan for the policy already. Actually, it's not a policy that the president requested. But if in our country, if let's say the agriculture department or the farmers organization, they can come with the agreement together. They say, look here, farmers, we have to work together to use few cultural practices, but not all the cultural practices suitable for a crop or for the country. Maybe you can take certain parts from biological farming, certain from circular farming, another one from a little bit from integrated nutrient management. You can even organic farming a little bit, but not necessarily organic practice, but you can use it. This is a tailor-made for your condition, your soil, and the weather in your place, and the crop you want to cultivate. So to get all the stakeholders or the important the role players to come together, maybe they have some organization or agency like a Department of Agriculture or Ministry of Agriculture to must call of them to put together and to come with a what we call jointly agreed cultural practice want to apply or employ in the place. So without just one person want to do it, he can do only for farm, but it won't work like that because the cultivation area is big. If one farm do very well, only his farm is safe, but still it's not going to solve the main issue of the soil health reduction in the area, which has contributed for food insecurity in the future. So I think I'd answer the questions.
Okay, now I'd like to read two more comments from Dr. Mishima, and he typed it here. Okay, 100% free from inorganic fertilizer is impossible to sustain the population. In Japan, manure and inorganic fertilizer, mixed fertilizer, is developed and getting utilized to crop production, and succeeding act oblige indicating NPK concentration in livestock manure by combining inorganic and organic fertilizer. We could solve the imbalance of NPK content in organic fertilizer. And then he also said there are many problems to guarantee the quality of organic fertilizer. In Japan, government and Ministry of Agriculture sometimes do national scale survey about organic fertilizers quality. There are many differences in composting system, raw material resource, and etc. So such system is not enough. We would need rapid, simple, and easy testing methods to know organic fertilizer ingredient. Okay, that's a comment from Dr. Mishima.
Yeah, well, I agree with Dr. Mishima. Sri Lanka taught a good lesson. When you use organic fertilizer alone, what happened to the country? And still the country is not settled down. I think now much better. I think organic fertilizer alone cannot go very far, but of course it is only suitable for organic production. But the most important thing is productivity. So you must have a combination of a chemical, organic, and biofertilizer, and also include some of the practices. Even people using some of fruit juices, fermented fruit juices, fermented fish amino acids, it can help you. Okay, not organic alone. Okay, and this is what Professor Mishima. So yes. Point I'm agree with you, but I just now asking Dr. From Thailand, Dr. Kanakon, not in, I think.
I think she's not online.
Okay, she's not online. But maybe we can ask the experience of Malaysia from Miss Farida Manaf. What Malaysia is doing in to overcome this soil health degradation in Malaysia? Farida, my colleagues. Farida.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, we're sharing the room, so it's some echo.
The chair have to unmute yourself first. If you are in the same room, one have to unmute. Yeah.
Okay, please you come again, Dr. Ganison.
Okay, upon Farida, I would like to ask you, what is the measure taken by Malaysia to counter the soil health degradation? And is there any policy to supporting this measure taken to solve the issue?
Okay, based on our experience, can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the policy support to sound the field practice, actually, for our experience as the Research and Development Institute, we are doing something that we can provide all the data, all the what we call the proof for the government to implement all the policies, especially for the Department of Agriculture, especially in Malaysia. So to say that what is the measure for our situation in Malaysia, actually until now, I think we come up with a lot of policies, and the most important thing is on the policies about the in terms of the steep land instead for the erosion, which is we do the enforcement for the gradient for the soil gradient that we can implement for the agriculture. And all those things actually is come to the implementation, the enforcement is more to the state actually. So to say that the level of policies, I can say that for Malaysian experience, we have provide to cater all the issues in terms of the healthy soils. And because to say about the healthy soils, we have to mention about not only the soil chemistry is covered on the soil physical, is covered on the biological itself. So in terms of that, actually, as I present in my slide just now, we did since 1980s all the soil remediation, and in terms of the implementing is more on the not to say that 100% implemented, is more on the acceptance of the farmers itself. For the policy, actually, we cover everything.
That's all, Farida.
I think that's all from my point of view.
Okay, thank you, Farida. Actually, for your information and for the participants, I think about 2 or 3 years ago, Department of Agriculture started is what we call SSNM, Site-Specific Nutrient Management. They started first one pilot project in the Penang, the northern side. They go every plot, they look at soil, they analyze, and they see what's the nutrient level in the soil, the soil health, especially in terms of nutrient. After that, they calculate, they did a project, want to apply a nutrient. They set first the target, what's the what's the productivity they want. So they apply the nutrient according to it, and Mardi had to develop a modeling program we call Rice Fert. Once you apply all the data there, this will recommend you how much nutrient to apply for it if you want to produce this much of yield. And the tester is really working first time. And now the Department of Agriculture, the technology developed by Mardi, the modeling, but now the Department of Agriculture want to use that modeling, want to try in the pilot scale to the farms. Actually, they already got the data long ago, the analysis done by Mardi, whatever, but they're going to do it. So by that, we are expecting we can reduce the usage of chemical fertilizer to maintain the yield. At the same time, it will contribute for the reduction of pollution to the water body and also emission of greenhouse gases. So this is what Malaysia doing mainly with the collaboration, the contribution by the Mardi with the other government agency like the Department of Agriculture and Farmers Association. Okay, since we still have time, I think about 15 minutes before the closing ceremony. And if anybody want to comment anything, I think there's Dr. Ms. Kin Mew. Yes, more research results show that inorganic and organic fertilizer combined application given most effective for plant growth and yield. Yeah, it's true. I think most of the problem we started when the farmers don't want to apply both the chemical, the organic together with the inorganic. They want everything that's most reliable inorganic, but it causes a lot of problem. But we totally forgotten to use what we call green manure. As an example, in India, those days when they harvested manually, some farmers, they will, before harvest the rice, before 1 or 2 or few days, they will just distribute it or broadcasted mung bean, or another one is called black bean, not black bean, but urid bean. They just broadcasted and they just leave it. When they want to harvest, they walk on it. So they indirectly they press the seeds to the soil, and they will follow the soil for at least 2-3 months. But these legumes will grow well. After when it's produced the yield, they collect the yield, they harvest the plant as a fodder for animal, and the roots and the nitrogens are part of it still there. So when you start new cycle, you can reduce the usage of the nitrogen fertilizer. But that kind of practice no more in the nobody following it. It's not, they don't have time. Now very what we call is a very modern agriculture. But maybe I believe there's some parts of our Asian country or Asia Pacific, there's a certain practices, maybe not discussed here, but can really improve the soil health. Is anybody want to comment about it? Maybe I don't have an experience, maybe in the Vietnam or Philippines.
Okay.
Yes,
Dr. Ganisan, I don't think we have more time. It's already time for our closing ceremony. It's almost.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
I thought we got time. I got 4:40, 55. Okay, sorry. I think we have quite a good discussion from the carbon. I think I want to conclude it because we want to go for closing ceremony. There's a very good discussion from all the panel members, what the type of research needed, what the policy available, and also we're sharing a lot of information which maybe we can work together in the future through a communication by email, whatever, to sharing a lot of idea. By this, I think I should conclude this discussion session to allow for the closing ceremony. Thank you for all your cooperation. Bye.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'd like to thank Dr. Ganisan Krishnan, the Senior Research Officer of the Soil Science and Water Fertilizer Research Center of the Malaysian Agricultural Research and Development Institute, for moderating our 1-hour general discussion. And I think we've covered pretty much the whole spectrum of our workshop for today. Now we go to our closing ceremony, and I'd like to call on first the Deputy Director General for Research, Dr. Mohammed Kamal Abdul Kadir, to deliver the closing remarks. Dr. Kadir, please. Hello? Again, we'd like to call on the Deputy Director General for Research. Yeah, Dr. Mohammed Kamal Abdul Kadir. Good afternoon, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Su San Chen, Director FFTC, and all distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everyone. All praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. We have reached the end of the workshop. Although the workshop seems quite packed with 11 speakers for one-day event. So it was an enlightening experience with all the knowledge sharing and stimulating discussion in the workshop and addressing updates and major issues. This workshop has successfully created a platform for knowledge sharing on the advancement of technologies to research and development to strengthen resilience to natural disaster and to support agro-biodiversity in ASEAN Pacific agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that the interaction of a healthy soil plant will contribute to food security enhancement and improve nutrition, and helps protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of soil, health, and reverse land degradation and health biodiversity loss. From my point of view, a sustainable solution to overcome any problem related to this matter is to optimize the value of farm input by utilizing local material and an effective farming system. This can be done using local indigenous materials, animal byproducts, agriculture waste, eco-engineering, and home remedy biopesticide. Many new options should be given due attention to ensure the sustainability of plant production. In current times, where resources are getting scarce, creativity and innovation must take place. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to hear that there are many new recommendations and strategies presented by our experts. Different countries present the different approach. The recommendations are not only on technical matters, but also the expert knowledge sharing and approaches are all important to facilitate related fields. Rest assured, MARDI members of FFDC and other national agencies present here today are all committed to offer full support to translate the output of this workshop into a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I would like to take this opportunity to thank FFDC for inviting MARDI to jointly organize this very significant workshop. To all speakers and participants, my sincere congratulations and thanks to all of you to giving your full support and active involvement throughout the day. On the personal notes, it has been a privilege and honor for me to be part of this event and be able to gain ideas with eminent people from different parts of the world. With that, I end my closing remarks and hope all of you will keep safe and healthy during the uncertain pandemic. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. That was the Deputy Director General for Research of the Malaysian Agricultural Research and Development Institute, Dr. Mohammed Kamal Abdul Qadir. Thank you, sir. And now we would like to call on the Director of the Food and Fertilizer Technology Center for the Asian and Pacific region, Dr. Susan Chang, to deliver her closing remarks.
Distinguished Dr. Mohammed Kamal Abdul Qadir, the Deputy Director General for Research, MARDI, and Dr. Rosling Abdullah, President of the ESAPS, are distinguished speakers and participants of the symposium. It has been indeed a day of sharing and learning, and on behalf of the staff and the management of the FFTC, I want to thank our partners, MARDI and ESAPS, for giving us the opportunity to hold this symposium workshop. Thank you to all our 11 speakers and to our moderators for sharing and articulating your thoughts and knowledge on healthy plant-soil interactions for achieving resilient agriculture. Please let me share with you a summary of what has been transpired the whole day. In our keynote session, our first speaker, Dr. Ginison Kristanen, Senior Research Officer of the Soil Science and Water Fertilizer Research Center of MARDI, talked about healthy soil practices that contribute to resilient agriculture and food security, as well as factors that lead to soil degradation in Asia. He said that rehabilitation of arid soil, such as desert and sand tailing, could give new hope to crop production and food security. Next, our other keynote speaker from Japan, Dr. Toru Fujiwara, professor of the University of Tokyo, talked about plant adaptation to changing nutritional conditions in soils, particularly boron sensing and nutritropism, which basically describe how the nutrients in soil conditions affect plant cells and the way plants change its behavior. In the next session on practical management to improve soil-plant interactions for agricultural productivity, Dr. Pearl Sanchez, professor at UPLB Philippines, talked about how nanotechnology and nanofertilizers increase the yields of crops like rice, corn, cabbage, cacao, and banana by as much as 20 to 40% and reduce the rate of application by as much as 50%. With increased yield and reduced rates of application, she said the net income of Filipino farmers also increased. In Taiwan, researcher Mr. Wenjiang Jiang of Tainan District Agriculture Research and Extension Station discussed how the shallow buried pipe technology can replace the action of washing soils and helps increase soil aeration, promotes root growth, reduce humidity accumulation in the greenhouse, and helps control and manage pests and diseases, and thus increase the crop yield. In Malaysia, Ms. Farida Binti Manaf, a senior research officer of MADI, discussed some of the agronomic practices and soil fertility management used in marginal soils. These include the use of either organic or inorganic soil amendment and their co-application, improved drainage system, fertilization schedules, crop selection, and an upgraded irrigation system. In Thailand, Dr. Kanokon Sima, professor at Kasasa University, discussed about the utilization of sugarcane trash to improve soil fertility. She said the utilization of microbial cell and microbial enzyme for sugarcane trash management could be an alternative to avoid the burning process and improve soil fertility. It could also integrate it with fertilizer management for sugarcane production. In session 4, on advances in soil plant management to boost productivity, sustainability, and resilience in agriculture, Dr. Arif Otono of IPB University in Indonesia discussed how the use of polyacrylic acid and polyurethane could help in the control of release of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium of compound fertilizers. In Japan, Dr. Shino Ichiro Mishima, principal researcher of NIAES in Naro, reported about the recent trends in nutrient use, balance, and use efficiency for sustainable intensification. He talked about a framework for vegetable fertilization and optimization of fertilizers that could help in increasing the sustainability of crop production in Japan. In Vietnam, Dr. Ron Van Hien, a soil and plant nutrition specialist at the Soils and Fertilizer Research Institute, presents the results of his study on the role of biochar on soil quality, carbon storage, and crop yield, and said that the application of biochar products improved soil quality and increased carbon sequestration in the soils of tea and rice fields. In Korea, Dr. Chung Hong Lee, assistant professor at the Korea National University of Agriculture and Fisheries, talked about legacy data and his study on spatial prediction of soil organic carbon and its application in arable lands. Results indicated that soil test database could contribute to establishing the strategy of best soil management for soil health and climate change control. Last but not the least, Dr. Yi Wenling of TARI reported on Taiwan's steps to adapt to extreme weathers caused by climate change and reduce agricultural greenhouse gas emissions to improve agricultural resilience. They include the application of field sensors and automatic control devices for alternate wet and dry water management in rice paddy, use of laser beam leveling technology to save irrigation water, and introduction of beneficial microorganisms to control soil-borne diseases and insect pests as well as the adoption of conservation tillage and crop rotation to improve the low productivity in farmlands along the coastal area. FFTC, as an international organization, is mandated and committed to our mission of collecting and disseminating agricultural technologies and policies. In about a month's time, all the full papers, PowerPoint presentations, photos, and videos that we have collected from this workshop will soon be uploaded in our FFTC website, and its highlights will be published in our newsletters and social media accounts. At this point, I would like to once again thank Dr. Muhammad Zapawi bin Abdul Ghani of Madi and Dr. Rosaslin Abdullah of ESAFs for being our co-organizer and partner in this workshop. We would like to make special mention of the remarkable contributions of Ms. Ani Kamarudin and Ms. Sahira Razak of Modi's International Networking Division for all their valuable hard work and coordination in making this workshop a success. I would also like to thank our colleagues in the FFTC, particularly Mr. Ronald Mangubat. He is actually the co-organizer of this event for his hard work and also for be the MC for a successful conduction of this workshop. And thank you for all your support and cooperation, and see you again in our future activities. And I hope next year at least, we can see each other face to face. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That was Dr. Susan Chang of FFTC, the director of FFTC. And as Dr. Chang said, just a few announcements. All the papers, video presentations, PowerPoint presentations, we will soon upload this in our website. We will just put things in order because we have been receiving a lot of messages asking if you can, they can avail of the papers and all the presentations. Yes, you can. We will upload everything in our website. And you will also be receiving an email from us with all the instructions on how you can get the certificate, and we will also send you the evaluation forms. So I'd like to thank the 11 speakers from 8 countries for bearing with me and for reading all my emails, and of course, Ms. Shahira Razak and Ms. Ani from Mardi. Thank you very much for all the daily texting and all our instructions for this. So with that, I'd like to end this workshop. Thank you very much for being with us, and we will send you emails, okay? So this has been Ronald Mangubat for the Food and Fertilizer Technology Center. Thank you very much, Mardi. Thank you, ESAPS. Bye-bye.
谢谢两位，辛苦了。
Bye bye, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.